Take it out.
Cam, what'd you get?
I got a Caesar salad with avocado.
Patty, what'd you get?
A Caesar salad with avocado.
Rye, what'd you get?
A Caesar salad
what'd you
with
get?
avocado.
Aria, what'd you get?
Take it out.
Cam, what'd you get?
I got a Caesar salad with avocado.
Patty, what'd you get?
A Caesar salad with avocado. Take it out.
Cam, what'd you get?
I got a Caesar salad with avocado.
Patty, what'd you get?
Caesar salad with avocado. Take it out.
What's up, everybody? How is everybody doing? I'm just gonna talk and bullshit today, so I just sorry about the infinite loop earlier. I accidentally clicked on something and it just kept going. I was like, why is it still going? Okay. So I was sitting here thinking, what do I want to do today? I don't really want to stream a video game. I just want to talk about bullshit for a little while and hang out. So if anyone wants to chat, hit up the chat. If anyone wants to, we can talk about all kinds of stuff. Within reason, obviously. I am on YouTube, so I can't talk about everything, and Twitch. But yeah, I just wanted to like check in today and just chill, see what everybody wanted to see besides video games, maybe something else, maybe some skating stuff, watching me relearn how to skate again. Things like that. Just, you know, go over stuff, maybe watch some videos or something if you guys want to watch something stupid. Talk about it, that's cool too. But there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, so whatever topics you guys want to hit up, but I will mention a topic. So I keep seeing these posts by women and dudes, Sims, in my opinion, that always just on social media, you know, I don't really shit on social media too much, but when I do, it always seems to be the wrong shit geared towards me. I log on Twitter, all I see are liberals. Granted, to be fair, I argue with I don't argue with them, I just comment my thought. I get pissy, and I'm like, I'm not going to argue with you, you're just wrong. But most of my Twitter should be like random shit like skateboarding and stuff and all that stuff. Music, all that shit. Same goes with like Instagram. Instagram is literally just like stuff that I like to watch on shorts. So like, and I only do this probably like once a week. Some of it's like random stuff that pops up in my feed that is like left politics or whatever. But usually it's just like mountain biking, skating, things that I like, you know. And I keep getting these stupid fucking posts like thrown into my feed that I don't want to see. Which makes you want to think maybe I should just delete everything, restart, at least as far as like my personal stuff. Because like, bro, I don't really care about your opinion on dating. If you want the real, actual, honest truth about dating in 2025, it doesn't matter how old you are either. From the ages of 18 to 100, it's pretty grim out there. So, for both men and women, to be fair, not just men, but also women. The reason it's pretty great for women is it's their own fault. That's the only problem with that. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? Most of the stuff I want to see on social media is stuff that I like. Now, I do watch some debates. I do watch some stuff on YouTube. Maybe it's because of cross-platform sharing information or whatever. It throws me that stuff, but it's still fucking annoying. Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where I'm like, dude, why? Like, stop. But even my YouTube is mostly like skateboarding, mountain biking, cars, comedy stuff, not podcasts, like comedy stuff, like actual comedy stuff, like stand-up shorts or funny skits, things like that. But it still feeds in like garbage that I don't want to watch. I like cryptid stuff. That's also a thing that I like cryptids, like Bigfoot and shit. Whether they're real or not doesn't even matter to me. It's just, it's very interesting to me. Mostly. But yeah. But like, I do want to talk about this. This happened in real life and on like, and I saw in post today too. So I was at work one day and we were talking about, people were talking about the dating scene and how horrible it is. And they looked at me because I'm single. And they're like, what's been your experience? I was like, what experience? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I mean, I've dated here and there, you know, but I don't really care. Like, I just don't give a shit. So the reason I don't is because there's a few reasons why I don't. But the main reason I don't is that I don't want the same thing to happen over and over again. I'm breaking that cycle. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, I tell my son he shouldn't date or whatever. Actually, I tell him the exact opposite. I was like, you should be dating. You're in high school now. Or you're about to be in high school. You should start, like, you know, hanging out with girls, stuff like that. But he has kind of a hard spot. He's in a pretty his mom lives in a pretty more liberal area. It's not super liberal, but it's more liberal. So he's gonna have a hard time finding anyone who even agrees with him, friends that even agree with him, much less. But the point being, they look at me and they're like, "What's been your experience?" Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Well, what's your biggest problem?" And one of the younger girls was like, well, guys, like, all guys are ugly now. I'm like, I seriously doubt that. And that's what I said to her. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, what kind of guys are you into? Because I can't sit here and be like, well, I doubt it. And she says the guy's name. I don't even remember his name. And I was like, I don't know who that is. And so she showed me like a picture of him on her phone. And it wasn't because it was like on her phone. She looked it up on the internet or the web browser or whatever. And I was like, that looks like a girl. And she's like, what are you talking about? I was like, that is not a man. If you put a wig on him, it looks like a female. If that's what you're looking for, then just become a lesbian. Right? That's exactly what I said to her. And she got kind of offended. And I was like, and not in a bad way, because it was after work. It's not like she could do anything. it wasn't on work time. It was like right after work when we were walking out or whatever. Everybody comes to me for like dating advice. I'm like, dude, I have no dating advice to give you. And they're like, I was like, you want my actual dating advice? Here's my actual dating advice. How old are you? And then they'll tell me their age. And I'm like, you're too old. Give up. Doesn't matter doesn't matter the sex either. Give the fuck up. And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, I'm going to tell you right now. So if you're above 25, give up. If you're a male, give up because there's no women for you. Because my guess is you're going to want at least a woman with a lower body count. You're going to want them to be conservative. Good luck. You're going to want them to not be, because especially around my area, because we're pretty conservative. I mean, there's liberals where I work, but it's mostly conservatives. And I mean, there's some outright leftists too, but it's not a lot. There's not a lot of people there. I think out of I would say 97% of the people in my job or where I work is a conservative, or at least libertarian, right-leaning libertarian. Meaning they're just conservative light, essentially. And the girl I was talking to wasn't, she's not a liberal. I think she doesn't really have a political stance. She probably mostly votes conservative because she's more conservative. I'm not saying she is a conservative. I'm saying she's more conservative. Anyways, I was like, I'm going to be honest with you because I knew how old she was because she's talked to me before about this stuff. I'm going to be honest with you. You're too, and I was trying to be nice as possible about this, but your personality is too manly. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, hey, look, women pick this up all the time. They were raised by their fathers or spent more time with their father than their mother because their mother had a problem or was causing problem, whatever the case may be, right? I don't know your personal life that deep. I don't want to know your personal life that deep. But the way you talk, the way you laugh, the way you walk, the way you move, the things you talk about, besides, with other girls about the dating market or whatever, and then asking me, I was like, this is what a man wants. And I'm going to be very simple with this. And I tell them this all the time. Not a headache, not an argument, and someone who's very feminine. Feminine as feminine as possible, right? Doesn't have to be super ultra, I wear pink and do my makeup caked on kind of shit. Actually, that's even worse. Because usually those women think they're the hottest, but if you wipe off their fucking makeup, they're ugly as shit. And look, I'm no looker, okay? I don't think I'm attractive at all. One, I'm kind of fat. I would rate, like on a scale of 1 to 10, if you were to rate my looks, it would be like a 3. I'm kind of fat. I got a gut. It's not good. I'm not fat, but I got a gut. That's not good. I'm aging, so there's that. Just like everyone else, I'm just older. And I know guys will say, well, a man's peak is in his 30s. It's not. Doesn't matter how good you are, what you do. It doesn't matter how rich you are. What you're going to end up getting is a woman who cares about your money. So it doesn't really fucking matter, right? In other words. So my dating advice is usually very simple. It's either don't date until you have the qualities that you can give a man. So she's a little bit younger. She's like in her like mid 20s. She's about 25. We'll just say that. I don't know if I forget when her birthday is, so she's probably not 25 anymore. But she's in her mid 30s or 20s. And I was like, right now, what you need to do is feminine up and just go doll over a guy. Be a girl. But like, I'm like, but you're also kind of old. And she got kind of mad at me when I said that. I was like, no, you're not old in the sense like, I guess economically speaking, you're not old at all in that. But you're old in the sense that guys like the younger chicks, doesn't matter how old they are. Most guys tend to veer towards the early 20s. That's who they find most attractive. For most men in the world, in the US, at least I think it was a US study. So make yourself look feminine, make yourself look a little bit younger. And because she doesn't really wear makeup and stuff at work now, I don't know what she does when she goes out or whatever, but I told her, I was like, make yourself look a little bit younger, more feminine. If you just cut your hair recently, you should have probably kept that, because it doesn't matter what kind of guy you're talking to. All guys love long hair. You have to find someone who likes girls with short hair to deal with, to have a, you know what I mean? So I suggest to her, I was like, well, that's the only real things you got. Like, guys don't care about your job. Most of them don't. And if they do, that's kind of a red flag, in my opinion. Unless you're, like, asking for the sense of, well, she wanted to work. That doesn't mean she's doing a job that is a red flag. But when I say cares about, I mean, like, they don't actually care about, like how much you make, for instance. Like, if you told a guy, me, any day of my life, like, what, any girlfriends, I have no idea what they made, and I don't care. I don't. I never have. Not once in my entire life. Even when I was the brokest I could possibly be, I never once cared about how much money my girlfriend made. Not fucking once. I would tell her, hey, I'm going through something right now. I got some stuff to pay off and get rid of. Dates are going to be a little, light. We're not going to be going on a bunch of dates right now, or we're not going to be, I'm not going to be spending a lot of money in general, much less on you. So, I wouldn't say much less on you. I'm just not going to be spending a lot of money. You know what I mean? But much less on her, right? Because you're going to be spending it on her too. It's not like you're not spending it on her. And whether she lives with you or not, or you're just going on dates or whatever. I'd cut back dates to about a week, and she got really offended because she thought I didn't like her because of that. I'm like, no, I actually do like you a lot, but the problem is that I have a money shortage at the moment. So that will change, because the things that I need to pay are going to be paid off, and I don't care. So, but women take things differently than guys do. Besides that, and I was talking to her, I was like, look, I'm not trying to be mean, right? You're not old. Any 30-plus-year-old would want to date you in general, okay? But you have to be okay with that. And you have to want it. Like, you got to realize you're at the beginning of Gen Z, and most of the guys who are probably going to be mostly attracted to you, or even find you attractive enough, are either equal in your attraction. Well, she's not bad. She's probably like a 5, right? She's a normal looking girl. She's not fat. She's not like ugly. She's just like a normal woman. So I was like, and if you want to, you gotta, first off, you gotta stop looking for girly men. No offense to her. I was like, no offense. It's like, I get it. You were probably an emo kid, right? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I understand why you like skinny guys. But at the same time, you gotta understand, all the guys that you used to look up to when you were younger, who dressed like girls because they were emo kids or goth kids or whatever, wearing girl pants and really tight shirts and doing their hair kind of in a feminine way, stuff like that. They're going to be looking for younger people. And if you're looking for around your age, you're definitely going to be looking for younger people. Guys are, younger women. Not too young, obviously. A couple years. Usually, all mine were like between 0 and I think the biggest gap, -1, which would be they were older than me by a year. And then that was a really short-lived one. I'll tell you about that some other time. But, and like, I think the biggest age gap was 4 years younger than me. And my my smallest age gap would be 0. 0 years younger. We're the same age. So, and the other way is 1 year older than me. So, I was explaining to her, I was like, look, I'm not good looking, right? Like I told her, I was like, look, I don't think I'm attractive. I'm probably a 3 at best. I'm not saying you're not attractive. As a matter of fact, I see you as attractive as most women. I'm not interested in you, but that's just a fact. You look just as attractive as the next girl. And there's nothing wrong with that. Matter of fact, I like women who aren't super attractive. Like, I just do. Don't get me wrong, I like attractive women, but I kind of knew my place, right? Like, I've always been like, when I was in high school, even though I was cut and stuff, I was a 5. Like, you know what I mean? I was a 5, and if you deduct points for red hair, then I was probably a 4 or a 3. But I was in shape, I was cut, I was making money, more money than most of the people that I worked around, or that I went to school with, both in college and outside of college, and in high school. I just had, I had the life, right? Like I lived a pretty good high school life. I wasn't super popular, but I knew everybody. You know what I mean? Like I didn't hang out with everyone, but I knew everybody. Like I talked to them if they were talking to me or if they were just bored or whatever, in class, or we were at a party together. Like I know people, or I knew people. I don't really know them, but I knew who they were. We were acquaintances at the very least. Might know a little bit, like, what they're kind of into or whatever, but nothing easy. Nothing deep, right? Nothing super deep. Just people I knew, right? And I wasn't very well liked because I have a different way of looking at the world. I was super conservative, and when no young kid, no matter how old they are that conservative, at least in comparison to my peers, I was like, prior to them, if they actually knew my actual opinions on a lot of stuff, they'd probably consider me as bad as Hitler, but I don't believe in Nazism, so. But they would think I'd be a Nazi. I was going to sum up my politics pretty easily, a Christian conservative without being Christian, right? That would be the easiest way to sum it up. Not everything has to be perfect, like rigid to the Christian God. I'm going to judge you, but I'm not going to necessarily let it affect your overall rating person. But then, you come to these things and then I ask her, well, who do you hang out with the most? And she's like, mostly guys. And I was like, that's another problem. That's a red flag for guys. I don't think you understand. And look, I don't know her from a hole in the wall. I'm not saying she does that kind of shit, but who knows? She could have been the girl that was passed around. That happens a lot in friend groups. When I was in high school, we had a girl like that. Not everybody, obviously. Not everybody was lucky enough to dip into that, but that was a thing, I always the way I got girls is I was always good at stuff, right? Like I knew things just from reading. Doesn't mean I know it because I didn't do the things, but I know a lot of random shit, and I know how to do a lot of random shit. Like, and this is the way I've always been. Like since I was a kid. Like, I can give you my first prime example of this. So when I was in middle school, the span of those 3 years, the amount of sports variation I did was very wide. I played hockey. I played football up until hockey started because it does start a little bit later for youth. I what else did I do? I did BMX and I mountain biked. Those are very close, but still opposites, right? BMX. Well, mostly when they think of BMX, they think of street BMX. This was mostly dirt jumps, like big dirt jumps. When I say big, I do actually mean big, like 10-foot jumps and stuff like that. I lived in the mountains, so it was very easy to get off of those things because you just fly down the hill or the mountain. I was very into aggressive. I liked watching aggressive inline, but I didn't do aggressive inline. The only reason I had inline skates in the first place was to practice hockey during the summer. That was it. That's all I used them for. I would, do it to get my feet kept in the shape for ice skates, because you do kind of ice skate with the stopping's different, but that's it. And you can fine tune that while you're on the ice in the beginning of the year. And then eventually in the 8th grade, I also was starting to skateboard. I didn't skateboard like heavy. I was just learning stuff randomly, like how to do a manual. how to just like the easy stuff, the very beginning stuff, like how to do a manual, how to do like hippie jumps and like ollies and stuff. I was learning that stuff, but I wasn't serious about it. So it was just like more like my friend skateboard, I'll skateboard with them and I'll try to learn some stuff, right? So it wasn't a serious thing for me. It did get serious when we moved. So I used to live in Pennsylvania, in the middle of nowhere. That's why I didn't really skateboard. Rode mountain bikes and did BMX and stuff like that. And we, I also rode four wheelers and dirt bikes and stuff. Played hockey and played football, right? Hunt, fish. You want to count those sports? I don't really count them as sports. I count them as living. That's how you live. That's how you're supposed to live. At least guys, anyways. Guys should know what it feels like to take a life for a reason. I know it's cold-hearted, but it's true. I'm not saying a person, just an animal. And sometimes you gotta do the things you don't want to do. It's a very easy lesson in life. People think hunters are like what they see on TV isn't even true. Like, you feel that sense of loss, right? Like you feel like, oh, I fucked up. You actually feel like you fucked up. You do. Any sane hunter, unless they're a psychopath or something, you feel like you, especially the first time, you feel the loss. You feel like, oh my God, I should not have done that, right? But the reality is that that's a social conditioning thing. And you realize it too when you start listening, when you start doing something, when you start doing something, you listen to people talk about it, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like they don't. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you're good at hockey, right? And then you hear this guy talking about hockey as a fan, and you're like, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about on the ice. It's like, it's a different world. You're so separated from the ice that you don't even, or the teams and that kind of stuff, you don't even know. Like, I get you're a fan and you want your team to win. No one's saying anything about that. But like, same with like football. Most kids play football, A lot of kids play football through high school and stuff. So that probably hit harder. Or basketball, It's different as a player than it is a fan, right? Fans are they critique well most of the time, but if there's a serious loss or if there's just a bad year because, the players were off for whatever reason, maybe maybe a couple of them lost loved ones, stupid shit like that. You never know, right? You don't know. So now persevere that, cool. I'm not saying it's not cool to do that, but it's okay to also have an off year because your mom died, right? Like that's a normal thing, I'm not saying you have to suck, but like, just have a bad year. In comparison to the rest of your stats. But back to what I was saying. Yeah, most of the ways that I like, and I told her, I was like, and you gotta like you want to do things for them because guys, that's the thing, right? It's expected of guys to do things for women, but it's never expected for women to do stuff for guys. As a matter of fact, this is part of social programming, but it's also part of how I actually feel about my birthday, for instance. I don't care about my birthday. I haven't for a long time. I didn't even really care about it in high school. The only reason I cared about it is because I realized that it was just like a way for me to get like drunk and high and have a little bit of fun. After I realized that, which was like mid high school, I'm like, oh, my birthday isn't even a special day. I can do this any day, right? But the reality is that my birthday doesn't matter to me. I take vacation on my birthday because I like winter. My birthday is in the winter. It's in January. And I'm always hoping there's snow on the ground for my birthday. And there wasn't this year. But, all my coworkers were like, you take off a week. I was like, I don't care about my birthday. Like, you take off a week for your birthday. I was like, no, my birthday happens to fall in winter, which is my favorite season. I'll argue to death about this too. And I wanted to bring that up as well. But I don't give a shit about my birthday. The only reason I take off is because I like winter. I like to go hiking in the cold. That's simple. I like to go mountain biking in the cold. The cold doesn't bother me. As a matter of fact, I'm probably at my best in the cold because I actually like the cold and want to go do things, right? My problem, my only issue with winter is people complaining about it and doing nothing besides sitting in their house. But other than that, winter is my favorite season. I love snow. Plus, it's the holidays. It's always fun to get together with your family, at least in my life. um, it's a little busy. I understand the stress thing, but and New Year's is a good blow off. New Year's Eve is a good blow off for people, even if you're not drinking or doing drugs. It's just fun to go out, be sober, and hang out with your friends drinking. Not to make fun of them, not because it's funny when people are drunk. No, because you guys have your friends, right? You guys should be able to hang out whether you're inebriated or not. Whether he's inebriated. I understand alcoholics staying away from people who drink for a while. But, you know, when you're a normal person who doesn't like, who drinks, you know, every once in a while or, you know, maybe like once a month or a couple times a month, like two, maybe three times a month or something like that, you know, actually drinks. Not just drinks a beer. I'm talking about actually drinks. But the people who drink a beer every day too, that is a thing as well. And that's why I would consider alcoholics to not go around those type of people because it's just going to enable them. It's fine. Not because their friends want to. It's just because it's not really fair to you or your friend. And you just say, hey, I'm going to try to quit drinking for a while. Maybe we can hang out another time, but now I just don't want to drink. Kind of shit like that. You can be very adult about it. Don't be mean. Don't neglect them as a friend. Like, but be like, hey, I got to stay away from the alcohol for a while, right? You drink every day, drink. Go ahead. Drink a couple beers every day. That's fine. I just don't want to be around alcohol right now. I'm trying to quit or I'm trying to slow it down. Quit and then pick it back up when that stuff's left my body and my tolerance is gone, at least, right? That's a good thing. Man, I've seen alcohol ruin relationships in both ways. Both in the bad way because you're just being a drunk. And also people who want to better themselves. And they tell their friends, you know, some of them are their best friends. They knew since, you know, elementary school or whatever. Look, man, I can't hang out with you a lot right now. We can talk. I'm not saying we can't talk. But I'm trying to cut my drinking back. I don't want to drink for a while. You know, it's completely understandable. And any even alcoholics or people who drink, you know, even 1 or 2 beers every day, something like that. But most of the sane ones understand. And they'll be like, all right, cool. He's like, just be like, yeah, I just want to stay away from it for a little while. Build up my tolerance to giving in. Because let's be honest, peer pressure isn't really a thing. At least when I was in school, it wasn't. Because, and maybe it's the schools I went to. I did go to some pretty good schools. They weren't, you know, perfect, but they were pretty good. Schools are shit anyways, but this first school, it was pretty good. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, you know, we didn't care if you didn't smoke weed or drink. Like, if we were all drinking or all smoking weed or all smoking, we didn't care if you did or didn't. That was just a thing. You know what I mean? We had stoners hanging out with people who never would get high a day in their life. Maybe later on in life, but definitely not in high school at the time, you know? Or maybe they would never get high in their entire life, you know? Or someone who doesn't drink and doesn't want to drink, you know what I mean? At least until they're legally adult, or they just don't ever really want to drink. Maybe they tried it and it was just not for them. Things like that. And I've seen people lose relationships over that, and it's kind of crazy. I mean, I almost did. And called myself a couple times. My friend Dustin, he was a huge stoner when we were kids, right? Like, huge stoner. And usually when he got high, he would, the guy who comes on here all the time, he would want to sit around and play video games, which is cool. I don't have a problem with that. It's just, I'm not like that, right? Yeah, it's nice to do it. Don't get me wrong, right? Because I do it here. Like, you know, I wasn't, but at the time, especially, I was just like, I want to go do something when I get, you know, when I smoke a joint or whatever, or when I drink or whatever, not just sit around and drink. I want to go out, like, skateboarding or something, like, for real, like, when I was high, especially because this is what we used to do. We used to get high and go skating. Yeah, it was a fun time, right? For me. And we never cared if our friends did or didn't. You know what I mean? We had friends that wouldn't partake in our substance abuse, or not even abuse, usage. And it's completely cool. As long as they were cool about being around us when we're doing it. Like, look, dude, I'm going to tell you, we do a lot of things like we drink a lot and smoke weed, right? We just like be honest. You're okay with being around that? Because like we weren't getting trash or nothing. We were just drinking and getting high. That's it. Or just getting high and going skating. And he's like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I was like, even if we like light up a joint or drink in front of you, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. Like we have no problems then, like at all. It's when you guys want to take problems, because like, we would be honest with them. Like we make a new friend, they come in, and we, being a skater, we had a lot of skater friends, and some people just didn't do it, and that's cool, And at the time, I was doing that. So I would tell him, like, dude, we're not like killing it. We're not like high every day or drinking every day or whatever. But like, if you're cool with hanging out, you're cool with hanging out. But I'm gonna tell you right now, because I was friends with a couple of girls that were friends with a couple of girls. They were only friends, but I just like I don't really. It's no offense to women. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you thought you were my friend, like, yeah, you were, in the sense that like we were cool, and like I could be around you without being attracted to you. But the honesty, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not super attracted to him. Like, it's just a woman. Like, it's just an average looking girl at the time, right? And it's like, I hung out with emo girls too, like emo and goth girls and stuff like that, because I listen to metal, and that kind of bleeds into different genres and stuff. I mean, some of the 2000s music was good, but a lot of it was just bleh. I like the heavy shit, right? Like at the time, I guess popular heavy brands in high school, or bands in high school, was Kill Switch Engage. What is it? I know their name. I'm just stupid right now. Wish I knew their name. All that kind of stuff. And, let's be honest. You hear some emo shit and it's banging. All right. I don't care what anybody says. It's fucking banging. And, the punk scene, stuff like that, the hardcore scene, stuff like that. So, like, we listen to a lot of music, different music. And we were in a lot of different scenes. We weren't just in the we were mostly in the skateboarding scene, but we weren't in like there was, I didn't want to spend the money. So like there'd be women who went to, or dudes who went to concerts every weekend, shit like that. We weren't into that at the time. Like it would be fun to do, but we weren't really thinking about it. At least I wasn't. Maybe someone else that we were hanging out with was, but I wasn't. But yeah, it's been a fun thinking about it. And like women just don't get it, man. They just don't understand. I know I'm kind of like all over the place, but they don't get it. Guys are pretty simple. They just don't want a headache. That's it. We're pretty good that way. Feed us, that'd be great too. Maybe especially if you're stay at home, girlfriend or wife. Yeah, maybe make dinner, clean the house. That's it. Like stuff I already do while working. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying guys shouldn't clean or whatever. What I'm saying is like, if I'm working and you're at home, this is the way it should be. Right? The house should be spotless most days. Like sometimes, when you're sick or whatever, it's different. But like, when you're normal, healthy, and you're just staying at home doing your whatever thing, whether it be dudes or chicks, you should be doing something. And I feel like I've never really experienced a stay-at-home dad or a stay-at-home boyfriend or anything like that. But like, I feel like they would just constantly be doing shit. Because most guys I know, like my whole life too, I've noticed this, they always want to just do shit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even matter what it is, but like, they just need to do something, right? So, they'll clean the house. A normal adult thing they would do while they were working, they just have more time to do it, I guess. They could research cleaning products and stuff at that point in time. And like bath products and stuff like that at the time. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever, they could research all that shit. Nutrition. Dude, if I was a stay-at-home dad, I'm gonna be honest, I would probably be like we probably would have bought a homestead. Like, we would have a homestead. That's what would happen. Like, I would just farm and hunt and fish and like and like keep the house clean too. You know what I mean? Like, it would be insane to be a stay-at-home dad, because like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, what the fuck would I do? Right? Because that's 8 extra hours every day. On vacation, I find it hard to do things. Find things to do. Like, I'm not one for traveling. I will go, to places, but like, well, usually I stay at home and hang out with my kid during the summertime. That's what I do. You know what I mean? Like, I have no reason to go travel. Like, oh yeah, we'll go to Deep Creek or something like that. It's where I would like to live, essentially. But like, I'm not going across the world. I'm not, even going across the country, probably. I mean, my ideal place to live is the mountains in West Virginia. In my mind, right? And homestead. That would be like my ideal thing, So it's really weird when I sit here and see things like about stay-at-home moms versus stay-at-home dads, this, that, and the other. It's like, I don't really hear much about stay-at-home dads bitching about anything. Unless they're in an abusive relationship and they're being abused. But like, I've seen stuff, like people reviewing like a little video someone did about stay-at-home dads or something, right? And like, I think it's weird because the guy should be out there making money. But like, if you're not making the money, at least like go fucking learn how to kill things. Like, what are you good for if you're not going to make money? Like, it would be weird to be a stay-at-home dad for me. It would be really weird. Because it would just be like work, but all my work would be farming and like fucking like hunting and fishing, and like we'd be eating that food. Like, that's what it would be. It'd be most of my life. Like, honestly, that would be my job. If she's bringing in money, that means I can pay for ammo, I can pay for arrows, I can pay for whatever. The bills are paid. I don't have to worry about nothing, right? Besides what I want to do. And it would be like, well, if I can't provide with money, then I'll just provide with actual fucking food. Like, farming and stuff is really easy. People think it's like this really, like, a homesteading in general is really easy. Like, it's a lot of work, don't get me wrong, but you gotta like it. Like, I'm an outdoors guy. I like being outside, right? I like skating in the streets. I like mountain biking. I like hiking. I go camping. We go fishing all the time. Like, I'm an outdoors guy. And literally, I don't know how it would be weird, but that's like, I would feel the need to I have to bring it somehow, right? Like, I have to bring some kind of provisioning, right? So you just go do the work of provisioning. That's what you do. And then maybe get good at cooking it. Guys are good at cooking for some reason. I don't get it. I don't know how the world's best chefs are cooks. Or cooks are men, but they are. Yeah, I would just be good at making wild game and stuff I grew, like, and animals I raised. That's what I would get good at. I'd be so good at it. It would be so efficient that, like, it would put other people to shame. Like, it would put hunting coordinators to shame. All my schedule would be like just straight up. Get it all done as fast as possible. Get up, crack a fucking dawn, go shoot a deer, come home, feed the animals, then go shoot a deer. Come home, skin and butcher the animal. Then put it away, which is freeze packing the meat, put in the freezer. Growing food like vegetables and fruits and shit, like because I do that now. Like we do it now. So like I grab a garden out back. I do it all the time. My daily routine. I feed the dog when I get up. Like I do, and the cat. Feed the dog and the cats. I go outside and check the garden. Make sure there's nothing like trying to eat my food. The only thing missing is I don't have a cow or pig. I probably do a cow. They don't smell as bad. And chickens, because chickens are eggs and eggs are great. But yeah, like I would have to just provide food, like literally, like just grow it and raise it and shoot it. And maybe even gather it, because, she's making enough money, you're living out where you could do that and do a homestead, essentially. Yeah, because that's what you end up doing. I'd just be a homesteader, essentially. That would be my full-time job. That would be weird. It would be awesome, but it'd be weird. It's just a homesteader. It is a lot of work, though, because my family was like that when I was a kid. When I was like, up until high school, we moved. When I went to high school. And, yeah. We were pretty much homesteaders. My mom had a giant fucking garden for everything. Cucumbers, any vegetable, any fruit. Pretty much is edible. Or that tastes good, at least, to her, and us. We had even, like, trees, like apple trees, lemon tree. Apple trees are alright, but the lemons didn't do too good. They didn't really produce a lot of fruit. I think it's because of where it is. Citrus likes heat usually. I don't know if lemon does specifically, but citrus usually likes the hotter climates. And watermelon, fucking everything, right? And we had chickens, and we would kill the chickens when they were done laying, and we eat them, and then we eat the eggs. And we had a cow. We had a couple cows, one to raise, one to get ready for butchering, and a lot of land. So we even had feed lots for the game. Like we pretty much lived on a honey ranch, essentially. Yeah, without it actually being a hunting ranch. We did hunt there, but it wasn't a hunting ranch. Like no one could hunt. Like no one could hunt there but us. So we had a gun range. Like that's how much property we had. We had a gun range. A range. Like we even had a smaller bow range. Like a range specifically made for bows. We got a gun range from everything from handguns. It goes all the way out to forever, technically. Rifles. My mom's biggest complaint when I was a kid, going to the bathroom half asleep because you're not paying attention. And you don't even know that you're really awake. You know what I'm talking about? You know the States. You go up to the bathroom and, you kind of trickle on not the seat, but the rim a little bit. And you're like, fuck. And then you try to clean it, but then you're like, I can't. I'm bad at this right now. I'm like not even alive, like kind of thing. You clean up the rest tomorrow morning, but you're just out of it. So you're just like, I'm going to go to bed now. Try my best. And then mom would always say in the morning, you know what? I wish you could hit the toilet when you're barely awake better. Then you could hit a deer at 250 yards, because I've shot deer from forever away. Some of my best shots were like forever away, because we did glassing when we did rifle hunting. We didn't sit in a tree stand because we had enough land to glass. It was elevation differences were big enough to glass it. So we look for prey, stalk it, and shoot it. But 200 yard, 250 was probably the max. But it was constant. Like I'd see him forever away, glassing. And then I'd just be like, well, I can go just over here and hit that deer right in the chest. No problem. And I'd do it. Not some amazing sniper or anything. I'm not saying I could shoot out to a mile or whatever, but I could shoot at pretty far distances pretty well. Pretty consistently. But that's besides the point. We did that stuff, and I think that's what I would have to do if I was like a stay-at-home dad. We'd have to live somewhere where you could have a homestead. We'd have to. Like, I'd be like, okay, look, if I'm gonna be a stay-at-home dad, like if let's say I met a woman and she made a lot of money. I make good money. It's not great, but it's fine. Let's say she made more. Let's say she made like 150K a year, right? Let's say that, right? Because I have had I've had 200K years. It's not a big deal, but she makes 150K a year consistently because of the job she has, right? And she'll be like, "You can just stay at home." What the fuck am I? I'm like, what? And she'd be like, well, no, I want you to stay home because I need someone to clean the house and stuff while I'm not here. I'm like, what am I, a maid? And then I'd be like, and, let's say it came down to it and, we decided, okay, yes, it wouldn't happen. But I said, okay, yes. But if I was like forced to be a stay-at-home dad, I would just be a homesteader. Like, that's what I would do. Like, I'd be forced to do it because like, I'm not sitting around and just cleaning all day because cleaning takes no time. I don't know what women are thinking. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I get the whole, like, mental load of, like, schedule keeping or whatever, but not really, because that doesn't bother me. Like, I just put a reminder on my phone the day before whatever I need to take my son to or go to his events or whatever, right? Like, that's what I do. That's what I do. And we're 50-50. So, like, I don't even need to be told because I get emails too, right? His mom's the primary. She works from home, and I'm the secondary emergency calls and shit like that. That's always how it is, though. At least when I grew up, because my mom, she'd work here and there because she was bored. When we were like in elementary school or whatever. But she was mostly a stay-at-home mom until I was in high school, and she wanted to go work. So she did. So she was pretty much a stay-at-home mom most of our lives. The only reason she went back to work is because she didn't want to sit around the house. She realized that I'm done with this. I need to find something to do. We were never home. Like, put it this way: in high school, I would leave on Friday night. Like, if I didn't have work that weekend, I would leave. Well, later in high school, but well, that's not true. I worked all my high school. But different story. I would go to and when I was driving, I would just go to my friend's house, even if I had work. Like, I'd just sleep there, wake up, and go to work. Like, it wouldn't be that difficult. But like, I would leave the house with a backpack full of clothes and like personal washing stuff, and just stay at my friends or whatever. Because like, I was just never home. If I had work, I'd go to work. But when I was driving, I'd go to work, 16, 17, go to work, come back to his house, and we just hang out all weekend. Go skating all weekend. What we do when I was off. We'd skate, get high, get drunk, go to parties here and there. But like, parties were like a once a month thing when I was in high school. I know there were more parties than one, but like, it wasn't like actual, I guess partying would be the right word, because you can partying, not like a party. We've had house parties and stuff, but field parties and stuff. But like, it was like a once a month kind of thing. It wasn't a normal, like, everyday occurrence. You know what I mean? Most of the time we were skating, playing sports, whether it be recreationally with our friends or on a rec league or the school teams. Like we just like to do shit. I will say this: millennials, as much as I give them, as much as I hate my own fucking generation, like for real, I don't like you, most of you. Anyways, uh, we did do stuff like all the time. Like all, dude, there wasn't a day where like I didn't have some kind of sporting thing. Hey, what's up? Justin's losing. How are you? Like I will, as much as I like, as much as I do not like my own generation, I will say this: we did stuff all the time. Like when I was in high school. Check. Okay, sound issue's gone, I think. All right, sorry about that, guys. Just want to fix that. But yeah, I was sitting here thinking, and I was just like, the way the world is today. Maybe this is just like a boomer take or whatever. I'm not hating on any generation or anything. I mean, I hate mine, but like the world's so fucking weird now. Like it used to just be normal to be able to go outside and not give a shit. Like my family's still like that. Like for instance, if my son was gonna go outside and I like, where are you going? He'd be like, outside. To do what? You know, who are you gonna be with? Oh, I'm just going out back or whatever. Like that was normal. Like now, like parents like freak out because their kids went outside. I get it, it's dangerous out there. I'm not saying it isn't. Well, where I live, dude, it's not. Like it's not. Like it's not dangerous to go outside. Like your kids should like not even a joke. Obviously, if they're too young, you should be outside with them or whatever. But like once they hit like 5, they should be able to run around the neighborhood a little bit, like in their quarter or whatever. Let's say they live in a cul-de-sac, and yeah, for real, I really do think that like they should be able to run to their friends right across the street, both ways, under your supervision, right? Like you're gonna watch them walk across the street, you know, but like they should be able to go, you know. Obviously, they should have to come back home as soon as we're done playing or whatever, or they have a time limit or whatever. It's fine. Now, when I say time limit, I mean like dinner time or whatever, not like some crazy shit that crazy. Or you have to go do something. You know what I mean? Yeah, the world's really weird now. Like when I was a kid, my parents, I mean, they didn't know where I was, but they knew I was like in the neighborhood. That's all they knew. Like they didn't know where the fuck I was. I could have been hiding in a bush. They would never fucking know. Like, where the fuck? They could go to my friend's house looking for me. I could hide in a bush right next to their house and scare the fucking shit out of them. Pretty easily. Because they'd be like, what are you doing here? And I'd be like, oh, just playing. That's how it worked. And, you know, when I got a little bit older, I think it was around 7. Maybe 6, but mostly 7. When I was allowed to run around the neighborhood a little bit, you know, friend's house across the street, stuff like that. My parents would watch me go across the street, no without watching me, go across the street or whatever. And, you know, we had a lot of fun. We just did fun stuff all the time. Like we'd go ride bikes, or we'd go grab a skateboard and ride down a big ass hill, or we'd, from the time we were kids, millennials did get that right. We always wanted to have fun. That was all that mattered. All the time. Even as adults. Like, most of millennials' dread isn't, like, when I look back at it, it's mostly younger millennials that are doing this, but the, 80s, the ones born in the 80s, at least, and maybe like the first couple years of the 90s, yeah, they were like a completely different person than like those kids, like kids like born like the last couple of years, because those kids weren't old enough to enjoy the things that we got to enjoy. Like when they got internet, it was cable. Like they didn't do dial up, like and shit like that. So, but the reality is that like millennials, when we were in our 20s, and I don't see this with Gen Z, and I don't see this with millennials now. We just always want to have, like before, probably up until our 30s, all we want to do is just go have fun. And even now, most of us still want to go have fun. It's just a lot of us have been like, well, we're old. We're not old, guys. Like, come on. Some of you are. Some of you are up in your 40s now. And I get it. You want to relax. You've worked your ass off. You don't want to necessarily go skateboarding or whatever. But I will say this, millennials, I still see millennials, like older millennials skating. Like they didn't skate a lot, but they skated every once in a while. Stuff like that. Like just enough to keep the tricks that they had when they stopped skating. Stuff like that, right? We don't want to go, like, I don't see a lot of millennials doing stuff besides, A couple of them. And when I say doing stuff, I don't mean like actually doing anything. Like you're just skating and you're with your friends skating, or you're like hanging out with your friends and just doing whatever, right? I don't see that anymore, even with millennials. And I know life gets busy, but like, I'm not saying you have to do it like every day or whatever, but like we don't ever. This is a millennial problem and a Gen Z. Apparently, it's a Gen Z problem, bad even when they're young. So like we just used to love to go do stuff with our friends. And, you know, our brothers, sisters sometimes, but like most of the time it was just like our friends, their brothers and our brothers. Like for guys, for girls, it was like, you know, they hung out with the girl next door, or was next door to them. They didn't really like. They went out to their other friends too. If they were in the neighborhood, but if they weren't, then they just didn't really do much. They would hang out with the guys for a little bit and just leave. Usually, what happens. But yeah, when I grew up, it was very like normal to just go outside and do stuff. Like I don't see that anymore. Like I don't see a lot of kids running around a lot anymore. During COVID, they did, and I was like, I hope this stays because I like seeing kids like doing things. Like that means they're gonna be a stable person. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna be shut-ins. They're not gonna be this. They're completely fucking insane. They're having normal social interaction while doing something with somebody. People. I love seeing that. And like now, all I ever see are like little kids. Little kids, like 3-4-year-olds, hanging out at parks with their parents. Oh, I see now. It's weird. Like, and before that, it was like that. Like, it was really weird. It's really weird for my son because his friends, they all just want to sit in the house and play video games. But it's like, dude, either make new friends or get them to do shit. Like, what you do. What you fucking do. So, not saying ditch your friends, but like just get other friends that do the things you want to do. And like, but he's slowly finding out that a lot of them they just don't exist. He's what would be considered an odd duck nowadays, I guess. Because when I was a kid, this was very normal. He wants to be outside. Like he wants to be outside, like hiking like doing stuff in the woods and skateboarding, mountain biking, and you know going to the river and jumping in the river. His friends and like stuff like that, and he just doesn't have. There's just not many kids doing it, and it's hard to find friends that do that stuff for him. But like, they're either playing sports or they're like shut-ins, essentially. Like they just play video games. It's very weird. And he gets really annoyed with it because he's seen video of me and my friends doing stuff together and stuff like that, like candid cameras and like stuff like that. But like, he's just like, dude, you guys just have so much fun. It's like, yeah. Like we used to have a shit ton of fun. You're right. Like our life was just like a huge ton of fun. It still is for me. Like I don't go out much. When I do, it's to go do something like skate or mountain bike or whatever. And usually my kid's there too. He's like, you guys just have so much fun all the time. Like, yeah, that's like, my dad was like that. Like, we always used to have a lot of fun. Obviously, I would be disciplined if I did something bad or, you know, was pushing a barrier. You know, not like actually disciplined. Like, you know, I would be punished for doing bad things. I would be like, you know, when I'm pushing a barrier, they're going to tell me, stop fucking doing that. You know what I mean? So it wasn't soft love at all. Like if I did something fucking wrong, holy shit, I'm getting my ass beat and I'm beat real quick if it's bad enough. It had to be pretty bad too, like real bad. Like I got my ass kicked for bringing the cops to the house one time. So. And I was in high school. My dad beat the fucking shit out of me. God damn. Not like I deserved it. I'll tell you that right now. I deserved it. So. There's only a couple rules that I had, man. Only a couple. And one of them was do not bring the cops to my fucking house. That's the only rule that I ever broke then. And it was an accident. I didn't know the cops were behind me. That's the reason they were at the house. It was for bullshit. It was for skating without a helmet, and because my town, you had a rule: anything that had wheels, essentially, scooters, skateboards, rollerblades, bikes, you need to wear a helmet. That was the law, right? It was actually like a law in our town, so which is fine. But I didn't wear a fucking helmet doing any of that shit, so cops would follow me. I got my ass beat for that, man. So then I would just learn how to like navigate the town without ever running into a cop. And if we did, we'd tell them, we're just skating, leave us alone. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not even using this as a grind thing. We're just doing manual stuff today. So. We didn't have a skate park. We have one now. But I was like, what, 30 when they built it? Luckily, we had mountain bike trails. There's a lot of mountain bike trails where you can ditch the cops pretty quick. So if you're on a mountain bike, pretty easy. And usually when they were chasing you, it was for that, so they didn't care. You got away. They didn't care enough to chase you. One thought he did, and then he couldn't keep up. So. Man, I was getting new wheels for my skateboard today, and I never got them because they came to Amazon late or something. Wait, if you're that good, why have I never heard of you before? But yeah, Amazon fucking me on that one. Yeah, I bought them off of Amazon. They're Pal Peralta. I want to try those nano cubics. I did have a board where I rode mini cubics, and they were really nice. I want to see if the nano cubics are good. Mini cubics were my roll around like board. I had a board. It was like one of those weird shapes. It wasn't a popsicle stick. It was like a old school board, but like really wide. And it was pretty cool. Like I had it, like it had the curvature of current decks, but it was like old school, right? So I had that, and I had a regular skateboard, right? Like a regular popsicle stick skateboard. I always rode larger decks anyways at the time, because the people were like skating 7.25. I don't even know how people do that. Like my first skateboard was a 7.3 or 7.75, 7.75. And that was fucking horrible. I got better just by getting on an 8-inch board. I upped it again, and I got better. Like, not because of just my progression, but like it was instantly easier for me to do tricks. Instantly. You got to find the width that you like. Okay. Where it's not so much weight to where it's hindering you, and not so much weight to where it's not hindering you. But key thing, that long old school board, even though it was super heavy, I used it for a while. Like actually skated with it because I was tired of carrying two boards. And just when we were out with friends and stuff, not like any serious sessions, you know what I mean? And I got good with that, like really quick. You know what I mean? And it was I think it was a 10-inch wide board in the front because it capered down like this, a slight taper, and it was 9 in the back. Very weird setup, but it was nice. It was fun to ride because it was higher off the ground, just from the trucks that they put on it. They were indies. They were really tall. So you could put nanocubics on it. It originally came with some other Pal Peralta. It was a Pal Peralta board. It originally came for some other Pal Peralta wheels, but I put the mini cubics on it because they have a softer mini cubic on it, and it was just fucking awesome to ride just around town, doing tricks, like doing simple tricks, like you're riding, like let's say you're riding down Main Street and you just like pop an ollie up onto the curb into a manual. Maybe there's like a fucking granite ledge somewhere and you fucking do a slide on that, things like that. It was just fun to cruise around and skate on. And I got really good with it really fast. And because like that big of a board is a huge difference. Like you're gonna be able to do the basic stuff, but like you're not gonna be able to do like a 360 flip with it. And I ended up doing that. So I mean, you know what I mean? So, and like, you're not gonna be able to land like complicated grinds and stuff like that. But I ended up doing it anyways. And it was fun as shit. That was probably my best gap board. I will say that. That was my best gap board. Every gap I've ever done on that board was the best. The best. The fucking best. It looked cleaner. It was cleaner. Ollie was perfect. When I did the same thing on the popsicle stick, it didn't look as good. It did not. It just didn't. And I skated mostly popsicle. Like most of my skating was still popsicle. But like if we were like went down, let's say it was Friday night, and we were like, oh, we're gonna head down and grab some food and like at Beck's or whatever, one of the local restaurants, and we're gonna go skate afterwards, right? So, we sit there for a while, eat, sit around for a little bit, leave, push around for a little while to burn some of the calories off before we start jumping around, and then start actually skating, like for real, like serious sessions. We had Friday night skate night, which was strictly just the skater guys who got together and either went and got food or didn't, and they just like met up late that night and just skated all night long until like 4 a.m. Sometimes we'd be drinking, sometimes we'd be smoking pot, sometimes we'd be doing that stuff, but most of the time it was just us skating for fun, like just pushing each other back and forth. Like it was fun, like, and you get better skating with people, man. You do, you really do. It was fun. People need to start doing that again. Kids in high school, look, I know it's hard to find a job, but try to find a job, part-time job, a couple days a week, get some cash. Maybe get a girlfriend. If not, make a group of friends and go to every Friday. Make it Friday night if they're not football players or whatever. But adjust the schedule when needed. One night a week during the weekend, Saturday or Friday or Saturday. You need to be going to doing something with your friends. You do. If you're young and in high school, you should definitely be doing it. If you're in your 20s, you should be doing it as often as possible. And that doesn't mean get together and play video games. Go do something. Like, video games are fun, but you guys can do that remotely and you guys can do it together. It doesn't really fucking matter. But, and I'm not saying don't do that. Do that. We had LAN parties when I was a kid. We had LAN parties. So, like, do that too. But, like, go outside. Touch the concrete or the grass or the asphalt. I don't know where you live, so go have fun. Go run in a field for no reason. Just go run. Go. If you live somewhere where there's any kind of patch of woods, go in those patch of woods. Go hang out there for a while. This isn't a touch grass moment. This is a literal, you need to be socializing with people in real life. There's a lot of kids I see nowadays that their only socialization is online. And it's crazy. Like, that's scary. Like, yeah, we had Xbox Live, in high school years. That was the first thing we got was Xbox Live. And we had online PC gaming. If you were able to do that, I was, because I worked, so I was able to buy consoles and shit. And, well, the reason why I started working is because I wanted to take skating seriously. And skateboarding isn't cheap. Like, it's not free. It's the closest thing you can get in the what would be called the extreme sport or action sport area, like things to do, but it's not cheap, dude. It's not. You have wheels, bearings, decks, trucks. They all wear out. Some longer than others. You have to replace them at some point in time. Bushings for the trucks. Your board has to be replaced regularly. You break in your board, and you have, depending upon the type of wood it is, or what kind of how they lay it, what kind of glue they use, you get a good month to 2 months out of it once it's broken in, which takes about a month if you skate like a couple times a week, right? But it is the cheapest out of all of them, and it's very obtainable because you can buy a complete for like $125. If you're a teenager that works 2 days in most places, you can have one pretty quickly. Like 2 days at like, you can have one pretty quickly. A part-time job. Even if you worked 1 day, it would take a little while, but you'd have one if you save your money. So, and I know some of you got bills and stuff. I'm not saying you don't. Because I had bills when I was in high school. I had to pay for my own cell phone. My parents were signing on to it, but I had to pay for it. I had to give them the money every month. And it had to be on my own account. Which was good because I got to pick what I wanted. Which means I had everything. Because I had nowhere to spend money. I had decks upon decks just in waiting to use. Like, once I got really good at skating, I had deck different sizes, the same deck, two of the same decks with two setups that are exactly the same to my normal setup, just different widths, different trucks, different, like I experimented so much that I figured out that changing the bushings gets me the setting in my trucks, gets me the perfect setting for the perfect tightness / looseness, because my trucks are loose, but they're not fucking wobbling, they're just normal, soft, or not soft, mid bushing trucks, like mid hardness bushing trucks. I figured out if you do a mid on the bottom or the soft on the bottom or a hard at the bottom, or no, a soft or a mid on the bottom, it gives you the cushion for the landing. But if you want the hardness, like a tightness, like I had a vert set up like just one soft, one hard. Like I had one for every type of skating: vert, street, cruising and skating. Then I had a whole bunch of decks in weight to use and try out, and they're pre-grip taped. Like I grip taped them all; they're ready to go. Like I just have to put trucks on them. That's it. So like I had an extra. I always had an extra deck for my popsicle because that's the one I would break the most. My normal street setup, and my cruiser, and my vert board when I was driving was in the car. So it was all my setups were in the car. I had setups for everything. Then I even had a mini ramp one, like one specifically for mini ramp. I'm not kidding you. Like that's how specific I got. I mean, I just threw money at stuff. I mean, I bought rails, grinding rails to bring home and fucking practice. Like I put a lot of money into skateboarding. I don't have those rails anymore. I sold them a long time ago. I should probably go get one though. To be honest, I'm skating like this again. The best thing that I ever did was spend most of my high school skateboarding and hanging out with my friends that also skated. By far the best thing I ever did. It was the most fun. It gave me more direction. I got more confident. I could do awesome shit, right? Like just in general. I got more confident than I was. Not overly confident, just more confident. Like a little more confident because like I'm competent in this field for, the average high school kid. I'm completely competent for the average, or I'm above competent for the average high school skater. Like that's how I was. Because, I was what, like 15? and I was doing giant stair sets. Like my specialty was gaps and rails, right? Specifically like rails on stair sets. So like I was so confident in that. I knew guys who skated their whole entire life and that was their focus and they couldn't do half the shit I could. And they were better skaters in a lot of other areas than I was. Like most of them could do a 360 flip on command. I could not do that. I could never do that. I could get it, I'd say 90% of the time. That's a high range, but like I knew guys who could do any flip trick on command when they're being serious. Like the only time fuck ups would happen is transitioning to other tricks. Like for instance, a lot of my friends would do like a kickflip manual over a manual box, and it would just the part where it would fuck up is the manual, not the kickflip. Like the kickflip was fine, or like they'd kickflip out. The grind would look like shit, but the kickflip looked perfect. Things like that. And it's crazy to me that people just don't have that kind of skill level doing stuff like that anymore. Obviously, there's pros doing it. I'm not saying there isn't. But like, I don't see the average kid out there trying to not necessarily become pro, but be competent enough for at least their age group. Because I feel like after a year of skating, you should know how to do all the basic stuff. You should know how to do, when I say this, not perfectly, but know how to do it and land it above 80% of the time for all of them. You should know how to do rock to fakies. You should know how to do, hold on, let's start this out. Okay, so your first month or two of skating should be 3 things, and all of them lead up to the last one. It should be manuals, because I'll say 4, just because it would make life easier for you in the future. Manuals, hippie jumps, ollies. Those are the 3 basic things you need to know after the first 2 months, 2 or so months, maybe 3, right? And when I say ollies, I don't just mean the ollie. You should be practicing. You should be getting up to the point to where you're doing nollies, fakie ollies, maybe even switch ollies. You should skate switch all the time. Don't do it over your standard, because you're going to learn quicker in your standard, your regular form, whether it be goofy or regular. Do not neglect switch though, because I'll tell you right now, the hardest thing about riding switch isn't the actual tricks. It is harder to learn those. Not saying it isn't, but it's way easier to learn those than to learn how to ride switch. And you gotta at least bomb small hills to be good on switch. I'm serious on that. And I used to. I can't skate switch for shit now. But, I mean, it's not as bad as it's not like it was as bad when I first started trying to. But yeah, that's a really important thing. And people forget that. Skate switch, by the time your 3rd month is up, you should be focusing on and getting at a high percentage, not like 80%, like above 50%. Your ollie should be on point. Your fakie ollie should be at least probably in the 85 percentile. If you learn quick. Obviously, there's people who's going to learn slower and stuff like that. If you learn pretty quick how to deal with like stuff on your feet, I did because I have very good foot-eye coordination. It should take about 2-3 months to learn switch skating, manuals, regular manuals, not nose manuals. Nose manuals are way advanced. Regular manuals, no nose manuals or wheelies or whatever, or nose wheelies or whatever you want to call them. Hang tens either. Just regular manuals, right? And hippie jumps and ollies, and doing those in switch the best you can. Like, I'm not saying it's even 50%. I'm saying you should be doing those as best you can. And your regular ollie should be on point. And the reason I give you that time limit isn't because it's a stringent thing. It gives you more structure to think about what you're doing. So, like, for instance, this past week I was skating and I was like, I'm going to learn shove-its again. Like, I'm going to learn it to where they're at least in the 90 percentile of tricks landed, right? I don't mean I did those more. I mean, every time I do it, I do them 90% of the time, least, right? To that point. That way I can move on to the next trick, but also still practice those and get those real good, right? So I think you should learn this. You might want to learn to shove it. I think that's what you should be focusing on. But, you know, when you're warming up and stuff, just trying different stuff for fun. Like shove-its, power slides, pivots, things of that nature, right? You're just fucking around with that stuff. You don't actually, like, you learn that stuff, but you don't do that till later. You're just messing around with it. Maybe even when you're doing your regular, always try to flick it into either or, not landing it. Heel flip, kick flip, shove it, pop shove it, whatever. Just fucking around trying to figure shit out, right? And get your balance good and, like, practice your different foot positionings and, like, tic-tacs in all forms. Nollie, switch, fakie, standard, all that stuff. You should be, your warm-up should consist of riding around wherever you're at, wherever you're going to skate, doing some manuals, doing some tic-tacs, doing some hippie jumps, doing some ollies, maybe some carving to wake up your ankles a little bit. If you can on your board, if you're riding really tight trucks, it's hard to carve. Maybe doing some power slides, things like that, just stuff you're fucking with, right? Pivots, reverbs, all that stuff you're messing with. That should be your warm-up. You'll learn those slower over time, and they're quicker to pick up, so you don't have to worry about, like, when you do a reverb, you don't have to worry about actually sitting there learning how to do it. You'll learn how to perfect it later. So, same with shove-its and stuff like that. That's what you should be doing at your month 3. And the reason you should be doing that is to get your body to realize, hey, I know how to control this board. That's another thing. Most people, when they ride a skateboard, they don't think they have control of the board, and you do. You have 100% control over that board. Now, if you fall and the board is shooting out, once you're not on the board anymore, you have no control. But, like, if you're on the board, you have complete and total control. Balance is a key thing, and you need to do your thing. But, like, yeah, I was sitting here thinking, and I was, like, just staring at my board trying to figure out how to put the best shove-it. But then I remembered, I used to do shove-its and pop shove-its the same exact way. And everybody thought it was weird. And I remember my foot positioning. I was thinking about it, and I was like, I remember my foot positioning. So I know how to do both again, because my pop shove is not as good. But, like, my shove it's like at, like, I would say right now my front side shove it is at, like, 85%. And it's only been a couple days. Also, as a dude, I don't know about everybody else, but when I was a kid, I was always interested in learning how to do stuff. Like, it doesn't matter if it was skateboarding or, like, how to build shit. Like, I liked learning shit. It's just I didn't like school, because school's bad for learning. It's not good for it. The vast majority of people, it doesn't conform to, you know what I mean? Like, it's super conformist. It's not hands-on at all, usually. It sucks. Like, I learned how to build a house in high school, like, at work, because my dad owned a construction company, so I learned how to do all that. Like, I learned how to skate. I learned how to BMX. I learned how to mountain bike. I learned how to weld, sort of. I'm bad at it, by the way. I need to get a welder and actually practice. I learned how to use my hands and also my brain. Like, as dumb as people might think I am, and it's fine, I don't think I'm very smart. I just read and, you know, let the cards lay where they lay, right? I read a lot, watch a lot of stuff, just informational stuff about whatever topic I find interesting, at the time at least. I mean, it's just something I've always done. Like, I learned soldering, and like I learned it for fun. Like that's why I learned it. Like I knew, like I wasn't good at it. You're wrong, but I took a day to learn, or a couple days to learn soldering, a little bit of soldering. Now I didn't have the stuff for micro soldering, but like I could solder big components on boards pretty early. You know, like my when I worked on I work where I work when I work at another, like they didn't have any soldering experience. I was like a little. I mean, I can do big components on boards and stuff like that that are like, you know, like big capacitors and things like that, and like wires. I know how to do wires. It's pretty easy. And I know how to do, you know, basic soldering, right? Like just like basic fix your thing real quick, and that's over soldering, right? And they're like, oh, so you do have a little bit of experience. I'm like, yeah, it's not great, but if you need help with that, or if you can train me in that, that'd be great. Which I did. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it too. Like, I'm not great. I'm not gonna sit there. I'm not some of the guys you see on YouTube. I can't do some of the stuff that they can. You know what I mean? But I'm getting there. But I can build a house. I know how to hunt and fish and like do all that stuff. Like I just learned stuff that I find interesting. And it's actually fun. Like I've always liked learning. It's just school sucked for it. And you know, I used to be called a dumbass because I'd sleep in class most of the time. But the thing is, like, I had good grades. Like my homework was always on time, except for a few times, like when something happened in the family or whatever. And then like I worked. I learned how to snowplow, like how to drive a snowplow truck, like and like push snow and like manage areas. You know what I mean? Like, I know it doesn't seem that complicated, but it kind of is, especially when there's like cars around. That's when it gets sketchy, like for real. And one of my dad's contracts was a kidney dialysis center. So we had to plow that constantly. And that's where I end up setting up and just plowing the whole time there. Learning how to do it. Dealing with people coming in and out and stuff like that too, because that never closes. So, yeah. Like I learned a lot of stuff. I learned most of the stuff that I know outside of school. Like the textbook was provided by the school, but I read the textbook. Most of school is very straightforward and pretty easy to learn. We all have our poor subjects. Like I'm bad at spelling. I'm bad at like English class. I like reading, but like I don't care about like fucking To Kill a Mockingbird. Like it's an okay book. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. It's well written and it's a good story. Like that's really all it is to me, right? But like I want to read like technical books, or like books on like technical thinking or critically thinking on things. So it's very interesting. And in my older ages, I've realized that as much as I think my body's gonna break down, it'll be here for a long time ago. As much as I beat the fuck out of it, I took care of it. So enough. So I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be sore. Might be hurting, but I'm not gonna be dying. You know, anytime soon. Because I still, do stuff. Like that's the thing. Like I know I have a gut now because I sat around for a long time when my kid was little, real little. It's gonna take me years to get rid of this gut. It was bigger before. You know what I mean? But like. It's hard when you're just sitting around the house all the time because your kid's little, you know what I mean? To not just cook, eat, and drink and, drink bad stuff and drink alcohol and, not get trashed because you got to take care of your kids still, but, have a couple drinks here and there. It's really hard not to do that when your kid's like 0 to, I say 3. Like, because they can't really do much. Like, you can get out in the yard and play, but like, go to the park or whatever. But it's not like you're going for a fucking hike. You know what I mean? You can take them, but you have to carry them then. It's like, fuck that. You know what I mean? So, my kid was actually pretty good about that. I have to say, he wanted to go for his first hike at 4, and I was like, this is a long hike. It's gonna take hours. You understand that, right? Because you don't walk that fast. And he's like, I know. And he toughed it out. I'll give him that. But it wasn't super long. Like when I said it was long for him, not me, not any normal even adult male or even female who's just like, not necessarily in shape, but not like completely out of shape. Like you still exercise here and there or do something that gives you exercise, but you're not, like hitting the gym or doing your daily calisthenics or weightlifting. You know what I mean? Maybe you stretch, and every other day or something, someone who like, and construction workers, man, people, it does break down your body if you don't take care of it. It does, but you got to take care of it. Like, pay attention. Don't lose fucking fingers and hands and shit. Body parts. Don't carry things you can't pick up. Like, it's one thing if you don't know how to carry something, everybody has to be taught how to carry a piece of plywood, right? Like, that's not really intuitive. Because, like, you gotta, like, pick it up, right? Like, you just think, oh, just grab the sides and pick it up. No, you set it on your foot when it's already sideways to pick it up. Do you know how much easier that is? Like, than just, like, picking it up? Like, do you know how much like, seriously? When, like, I was a little kid. I wasn't, like, in middle school. I was in elementary school when I learned this. Maybe, fourth grade. And I'd be trying to pick up a piece of plywood that's, a full sheet of fucking plywood. Because I was kind of big for my age when I was in elementary school. And I was just picking it up, like, off the ground. Like, it'd be flat on the ground. I'd just pick it up. Like, but then my dad's like, hey, you should do it this way. And I'm like, oh. And I did it. And it was like 3,000 times easier. Like, just thinking about how you do something is kind of crazy. Because you don't really think that way when you're like a little kid, You just know what not to do and what is okay to do, right? You're not really like you're not supposed to do this because this stuff is bad. You're not supposed to it's okay to do these things because they aren't bad. Just don't get hurt doing them, right? That's usually what the explanation was when I was a kid, essentially. So it was very interesting that, like, it's just things I remember that were like small things like that. Like, why do I remember that? That's a throwaway fucking moment. You know what I mean? Like, I guess because me and my dad have a really good connection and we're cool and, like, we hang out all the time. We were best friends for a while. We still are, but you know what I mean? Like, we hung out every day. We had so we were painting. We had a painting contract for, if you guys know the place, Merit Athletic Clubs, Merit Properties, those guys. Well, that's Merit Properties. That's the main company, Merit Athletic Club. And they own a bunch of properties around here. I don't know if they're countrywide. They might only be regional, right? But it's just a company that owns a bunch of properties, and they decided to open gyms, essentially. And we had a contract with them, and it was at the warehouses, not the fitness centers. We did do those too. We painted them, but we only painted them when they were built. That was it was what the contract was for. For a few that were built. But yeah, we were doing this, and we were like just packing up for the day, and like, getting all like, we're done. We did the poles and railings in the garage doors. We'd be done, and then like my dad would like poke me with a brush that has paint, whatever paint we were using on it and shit. And I'd just grab a roller and go like that. Shit like that. We were like friends. We were like best friends. And we had fun. I don't know. Like, I think the thing is I feel like this generation doesn't see the fun in things. And millennials now, they don't see the fun in things anymore. And I find it really sad. Because that's all we ever used to do. Like, I don't know many millennials who were homebodies. There was a few, I'm sure, like, you know what I mean? But they weren't really homebodies. They were always doing stuff, whether it be, something you don't personally like, but they like, or something that you like. They were always doing something, right? And I don't know if it's because of our parents, because people say the boomers were our parents, but my parents are Gen X, so it's weird. You know what I mean to say that to me? They're early Gen X, don't get me wrong, but like they were in high school in the 80s. You know what I mean? Boomers are like in high school. Yeah, obviously the late boomers are a little different than the early boomers, but they were in high school in like the 50s and the 60s. and 70s and college in the 70s, stuff like that. So it was fun though. Like when I don't know why people don't do stuff anymore, man. It's crazy to me. I get, the appeal to sitting at home doing nothing. I like doing it every once in a while. Everybody does. Not even having the tea. When you have those periods in life, guys know this. I don't know about women, but guys definitely do know this. You have a period in your life where, things are kind of tight. Like, you're not broke, but like, you don't have much money to spend for fun, so you don't. You know what I mean? You just kind of sit and like, you're so like, just done with the non-spending of money to have fun. Like you're just tired of it. And I know it's a stupid little thing because it's like, I think most of our lives were just fun. So we always wanted to have fun. You know what I mean? And we did. I always had fun, like my whole life. Like I don't not have fun. Like I also feel like a lot of the kids that I grew up with, especially specifically me, because it was like what were old mining towns that were turning into old steel manufacturing towns. I saw the devastation of the steel making their steel worker community firsthand because I live near Pittsburgh, and like, yeah, there was a bunch gone when I was born or when I got older, but like, man, I was talking to some of those guys who were like big steel workers who were old, like old, like 70s and shit when I was a kid. So like, they're gone now. They have some really good insight on what happened, and granted, it's from a negative point of view, but it's a true point of view. Especially when you're talking to people that old, they're usually pretty truthful, because they don't have anything to lose anymore. They're just living each day to the next, hoping that I get to live one more day, right? So they don't really care at that point. And I've heard them say some stuff that people would think was bad at the time, and even now. And they were caught up in something that they realized wasn't really good for them. But it wasn't until way later they didn't realize it wasn't good for them. And it sucked for them. And they lost their jobs because all our steel manufacturing went overseas, right? That's what happened. And that's a big problem. A lot of the problem of America, I think, is that everybody's talking about like the amount you're paid or whatever. Dude, you don't make anything. We don't make anything. Like, we don't make anything physical anymore. And that's why it's like really weird. Like, it's like, oh, cool, we made a fucking program, but I can only use it when the fucking computer or the phone or the fucking whatever's on, right? That's weird. Piece of steel, though. You make a piece of steel, not only can you use that, but other people can use it and use it for like building real shit, not just a piece of software you only see when the computer's on, right? Now, there's nothing wrong with computers. Obviously, I'm talking to you through a computer or a phone. You can do it through a phone too, I know, but it's a computer today. It's crazy that like the amount of people who are, first off, we were pushing IT heavy. Like if you were 80s millennial or mid to late Gen X, you were pushing the software very quickly. If you lived in like a middle class area, right? And it was probably the worst thing we ever did because, not because of AI, not because of any of that. People are going to say that. It's like, no, because we all short it later. Like we did the same thing we did to the steel people. The only difference is they're coming here. And I'm not saying immigrants are bad or whatever, but like it seems like when certain groups get together, they stay together. And the one that doesn't is white people. So, not to be mean, but like it's true. And something against the other races is never going to, nothing against white people. It's just like, or Americans, just Americans who were born here and raised here and want to love their country, but they can't. Because what is there to love? I mean, jobs are fake. 99% of job postings are fake. I haven't seen a real job posting in years, since like after COVID. Oh, I've been working the whole time too, by the way. Like, not a big deal, but like, I do apply for other positions. You know, you got to look at what's out there, or you're never going to get, right? So it's just crazy to me that like I see listings for jobs that I have, like that I've done, and I go apply for them. And it's not that there isn't a response. No one got a response. It was for an internal position, which is fine. I understand. I hate that rule anyways, but, or law or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I don't think you should be posting jobs that you already know who's going to be in the position. I think that's worse than having the job posted. For two reasons. One, the person who would have thought and even been told without actually saying it, like it was implied that you're getting this position, or they were told that they're going to get that position, and they still put the position up to interview people. I think that's worse. I think it's worse than just giving the position to the person. And and I know it's a law thing, but like, why are they making them do that? Like, it's 110% worse, dude. Because you don't know if you're going to get a job when you're like, oh, I can do that job. Especially if you don't have a job. Like, dude, I couldn't imagine applying for all these positions, like thousands. Before, I could go apply anywhere. Like, before COVID, I worked at Walmart part-time for the fuck of it. Like, I hated that, so I left, obviously. I did resets for grocery stores at a point in time. Like, easy stuff. And I had, like, you know, a little bit of experience, nothing crazy. Like, I'd reset stuff when I worked at a grocery store part-time sometimes because the team couldn't get in or whatever. The reset team couldn't get in. Or it was a small fix, things like that. And same thing with Walmart. You know, we actually had to do our resets. So, like, in certain departments. So that was a thing. Yeah, it was just very easy. And I did those. I worked construction. I've worked for Microsoft retail. Right now I work for a used electronics company that also does repair. And we sell used electronics, and they sell used electronics, and we also have a repair department to repair electronics that are pretty much refurbished. Usually they need a battery or a screen or something stupid, and resell them after they're fixed as a used phone or computer or whatever, right? And then, you know, you can walk in or call in and get an appointment for a fix, you know, fix the device. Like, if a walk-in is what we call it. Go to the place and you ask for them to fix your device. Now, we can't do everything because we don't have the stuff for it. Like, we don't have a clean room to do data repair or data extraction on a hard drive that doesn't run, but it's a disk drive, right? Like a hard disk drive. We don't have all that, but we can get some stuff done, and we can do the basic stuff for that, and we can fix phones and laptops and pretty much any electronics that need fixing. Like, we've had PlayStations, 4s, 5s, Xbox Series X, Xbox Ones, S and the S, Series S, the Series X, come in for repair, like for dumb shit, like fans. Because fans, they use pretty good fans, but there's going to be one fucked up there. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. You know what I mean? And, you know, they had it too long for the warranty to cover it, and, you know. And it's shorter and it's cheaper to just get it fixed. This is a fan replacement. You know what I mean? Or a disk drive replacement or cleaning. It could just be a disk drive cleaning. The point is that we do all that kind of stuff, and it's people make jobs more sound harder than they actually are. Like, look, there's hard jobs out there. I'm not saying there isn't, right? Like, most of the hard jobs is physical labor. I'll tell you that right now. But like, they think you're like, people actually think you're super intelligent when you know how to fix a smartphone. It's just a mechanics, essentially. Like, it really is. It's just like being a mechanic. You just get the part you need to replace it. You got to diagnose the problem first, and then that's why they call them techs. But techs to me are mechanics too, because most good mechanics do that thing. They diagnose it. They don't just throw on parts because it's a waste of fucking time. You know, unless you're like a Jiffy Lube tech or something, you're just doing your thing. You're supposed to change oil, and they're not very good at it. But you know, there's been worse. Point being, like it's just being a mechanic for phones. That's all it is. It's literally all it is. It's just like computers. You're not real. You don't have to be smart. You just got to know what stuff is and what works and what doesn't work. That's it. And a lot of that's trial and error. Like, you can go to school for this stuff and they just tell you the things you learn on the job. It's crazy. Like networking too. Like all the stuff that is in IT that really needs teaching because you need advanced math, more advanced math, more advanced understanding of math. Not even just more advanced math, but more advanced understanding of it to help you in the sense of like programming, or, you know, you need medical licensing, or you're a doctor or a nurse or whatever, you know, stuff like that. Those are hard, right? Everything else isn't. You don't need to go into college for information technology unless you're going to be like a programmer or like an actual hardware scientist. What I mean by that is people who actually develop the hardware. So that would probably be a different engineering. It would probably be like chemical engineering or whatever they use. I know that's just rocks, but I don't know how they do it. Like, I kind of know, but not really. I know they grow processors. That's how they make processors. They grow them. They're crystals. Most of your computer is just rocks. Just a heads up. That's a way oversimplification, but it is. It's what it is. It's just rocks. Society, all of society, even today, with all the electronics and stuff, are just made out of rocks and wood. We like rocks and sticks so much, we built society off of it. That's how simple men are. Like, people are like, well, we could do this cool thing with this rock. We could make it a steel beam. Okay. We could make a stick. We could use logs to build a house. Like, that's what we do. What we did. We made a fireplace in the house made of what? Rocks. Like, computer parts. It's metals, semiconductors, which are metals, like regular metals, metals you don't see very often, and then like actual rocks, like crystals. Like, look, the next time you see a ram stick, right? Think about that for a minute. There's little, you know, it's usually green with like a bunch of black chips on them. That black chip, I'm not talking about like the gaming RAM that has like the cool coolers on it or whatever, which by the way aren't really needed. Memory stays cool. It can get pretty hot too. So even if it is getting hot, it can get real hot. And sometimes it works better when it's hot. But those chips are just rocks. They're just rocks we grew in a lab to make it do memory things. To move electronic signals the way they need to be moved. That's all it is. And people think it's like crazy. It's like, it's not that crazy. The hard part's programming. That's the hard part. That's a concept. Like, that's not even like, that's not a real thing, right? Like, it's not programming. What you're doing is you're making a thing that shows up on a screen. That's what you're doing, right? It's a concept you have to make from scratch. Nothing in hardware is from scratch. It's all rocks and plastic, which is carbon. So, like computers, game consoles, smartphones, it's all very simple to fix. You just gotta know how to do it, right? And there's risk. There's always risk in fixing shit. You break a bolt. You know how much of a pain in the ass breaking a head bolt, a head stud, or a head bolt on a fucking car is? It's worse than I would rather fry a motherboard with heat by accident on the world's most expensive phone or computer. Like, for real. All right, well, you're banned. It's kind of crazy how people, the concept, like, I don't live in that world. Like, I don't live in the world of, straight, like, not trying to understand anything. Because that's what that is to me, right? Like, when people say, oh, you're really smart because you work on computers. Yeah, the hardware, I mean, I can do the software too. I know a bunch about software. It's not like I don't know anything. I know how to use Shell moderately well. I know how to, use BASIC and C++ and C++ and stuff like that. I've used it. It doesn't mean I'm good at it, right? So, but a lot of the stuff that people think is hard, it really isn't. It's just a lot of work and learning. You gotta learn. You gotta want to learn. You gotta understand how you learn too, like how your brain processes information. Because everybody's brain is a little bit different, right? Like I can literally, by my eye, because of the just construction and how much I worked it as a kid, I can see when things are pretty level. Like, I know if it's crooked, right? Like, I know when it's level and crooked, literally just glancing at it. And, like, it's really good, too, because they didn't, like, people at work didn't understand that. I'm like, and I'll literally, like, at the time, I was putting on something, right? Like, I was attaching something to a desk, because it was like a vice for a phone or something like that. And I was like, I'm getting it straight. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm getting it straight, so he's not, like, crooked and shit. And it's, like, level and flat. So I was using the level that I had to see where the flat spots were on the table. And I put it in a spot that was easily accessible, that was as flat as possible. And we have lasers to take off iPhone glass backs. And those have to be level too. And I did the same thing. And I'm like, why do you do that? I was like, because I got to see if it's level. And then, like, I'll put the printer or whatever, like the laser or the thing, in a completely level spot. And they don't believe me that it's level because it looks crooked to them. And it's not completely level. So, and I didn't use the level for actually leveling the thing that I put on the thing. I used it to find the flat spot as a straight edge. That's all I used it for. And it was perfectly level where I put it. You know what I mean? I just looked for straight flat spots, the flattest spots on the table. Because if you have a table with a coating like ours, because ours has have the coating of for anti-static, anti-static discharge coating, so they plug into the wall. Like, our tables plug in the wall, but they don't do anything. Like, they just plug into the wall to ground the table. So, the worst part about that is, like, there's layers of stuff on there, so it kind of builds up, and it's like curved and stuff, so it kind of builds up in spots, usually on the edge. So you gotta get to the flat part of the edge for the base. That was the whole point. So it's level on the base. And I drilled the holes for it and then bolted it in, and it was completely level. And they're like, you fucked that up. I'm like, no, I didn't. Level it. Go for it. See if it's level. Tell me it's not. And it is. Now, obviously, that's just a vice. I'm not going to do that for a house or something. I'm going to actually use the level every time because I don't want people dying. They made a stupid house. But, like, stuff like that, you don't need, if you know how to level stuff with your eye, I mean, you just need to stand shoulder width apart. That's all you gotta do. Your feet shoulder width apart. That's all you gotta do. And you'll balance yourself out to level. It's a natural thing. You'd be on a hill. If you get in a comfortable stance and just stand there, it doesn't have to be like shoulder width apart, you're ready to squat or something. Just, you're kind of shoulder width apart. You'll balance yourself out to where everything's level. You'll know if things are level or not. You just gotta wait a second. You just stop, stand comfortably, flat. You don't have to be on a flat surface. You can be on an angled surface. And you'll see whether or not it's level. It's pretty simple. Like you also have to have, good eyes, obviously. If you have blurry vision, and that doesn't help at all, but yeah, man, it's crazy the amount of things that I don't see people doing who are younger. And a lot of it has to do with like socializing too. That's the biggest problem with all of this stuff. And it's even millennials are doing it. Millennials are doing it too. They're not socializing. It's hard for us to socialize. We used to be social butterflies. Like most millennials had a bunch of groups of friends that I knew. A lot of millennials that I know did a bunch of stuff. Like, I'm sure there was the few that were like, homebodies or whatever, and video game nerds and stuff like that that don't like go outside or whatever. But most of everybody did. And it was fun. It was like the perfect combination of like the new world with like the invention of like video games and internet and all that stuff, and like the old world before the video games and the internet. Like we're still going outside and doing stupid shit and having fun, but we're also, on like a rainy day, we're coming home and playing video games or surfing the web or watching, later in life, watching YouTube videos. Probably already working by then though, because YouTube was 2005. So, but yeah, it's kind of crazy when I see people that are just like shut-ins, and sometimes it's just distance from other friends, things like that. I understand that, and sometimes it's that I have to admit there's been times in my life where I was never around my friends, and there's a point where you got to be alone and just kind of deal with your own shit. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean like something bad happened to you or unexpected shit happened to you, but you just gotta chill, think out yourself, your life, all that stuff, your thoughts. Because there's a lot of people in the world who don't actually think their thoughts. Like they think their thoughts, but they don't. It's usually just NPC programming spitting out information that they already know. When I say NPC, I mean non-playable character. I know it's a diss, but it's doing. You know what I mean? Like they don't have any actual opinions on life besides, everything's fine. You may say that. A lot of dudes say that because they don't want to be a burden to people. But I mean, these people actually think everything's fine. It's fucking not. Like things aren't fine in their life. Like they'll be in super heavy debt, and they don't even really pay attention. Or they'll be in like, it's the place like just shit's weird now. Like, and a lot of it is COVID. I'll say that. Even millennials fell for that. Holy fuck. I'm not saying COVID wasn't real. What I'm saying is, being social distance was the dumbest fucking thing for humanity that ever happened. Like, it really was, dude. Like, I get it. People don't get people sick. If you're sick, stay the fuck home. If you're not, oh well. Like, go to work, do the things. If you're sick, just stay home. I know there's jobs out there that don't let you do that, but just do it anyways. Because the reality is that you're either going to get fired for a shitty job, or you're going to, like, you're actually going to feel healthy, right? Like, rest, dude. I know sometimes it's hard and you can't. Life gets hard sometimes and you can't. But, like, if you can, at all possible, to be like, yo, I'm sick, I'm staying the fuck home, you do that. I get if you're like broke and you're just starting out and you got a cold, you got a big headache or something from it, and your nose is all stuffy and you're coughing and sneezing a lot. Mostly coughing. Go to work, just cover your mouth. Man. Wash your hands all the time. That's all you gotta do. And everybody's like, oh, nobody wash their hands or blah, blah, COVID, because people are like, what are you gonna do? Say wash your hands is bad. It is bad if you do it like all the fucking time. You do it normally. Like you just wash your fucking hands like a normal person. Wash your hands before you touch food. Wash your hands before you touch food. Wash your hands before after you go to the bathroom. Before, sometimes if you work in a dirty job, do both. Wash your hands when you wake up. Like just normal hand washing routine shit. Like wash your hands in the morning when you wake up. Why? Because you had germs on your hands all night. And you killed some with the hot water, and your hands aren't going to be greasy. Greasy hands are gross. My hands, obviously there's a natural form of grease that you get naturally from just, being alive. But like, when they're really greasy, just go fucking wash your hands. Like, cause I've shaken people's hands whose hands were so greasy. It's like, did you even wash your hands ever? Like, like not just going to the bathroom, but like for food. And I get the point of not doing that. It does build germ immunity, but at the same time, it's just not worth getting sick for. It's kind of crazy that people just like don't wash their hands. It's gross. Like that was one of the major things we learned as a species to not die. Like, I'm not saying anything about like your medical history or anything. And maybe you have a better immune system. I mean, I have a pretty good immune system. Most of that's because I go out all times of year in all weather conditions. As long as it's not fucking, you know, a hurricane or a huge, massive lightning storm where tornadoes can pop up, I'm good. Like, it could be pouring and I'll just be outside. I don't care. I'll go hike in the woods in the rain. Or so. This isn't like storytelling time in the sense, but like I'm just kind of giving the most basic general advice to people. Be social. Read. I would write too. At least for dudes. I don't know about chicks, but I think you should have some kind of journal and writing just, you know, thoughts you think about things and thinking through them. Not just the baseline, oh, this is good because X, but is it like both on a moral and non-moral level, or you know, stats level, like a morality and a stats level? You should be thinking of both, not just one or the other. You should come to conclusions by actually thinking all your thoughts through. It's fun. You know what I mean? It actually is fun. Like, you gotta have reason to think the things that you think, whether they're good or bad. And there is bad things out there that are completely justifiable. Like, 100%. Something that would be not moral could be moral in 1 second, honestly. Change my mind on most recent thing, how society should be structured. I used to be pretty libertarian. Not super libertarian, but like pretty libertarian. I didn't really care what people did. But it's gotten to the point now where it's affecting everybody. It's not just not caring about what other people did. It's to the point to where like just bad shit's happening all the time. And I know that's like a news thing or whatever, but I don't watch the news. Like I read the news here and there, but it's nothing crazy. Like most of the news I read is like based on industries I've either been in or are in. So like when I see there's a lot of things I don't like about society in the West. And it's because I never really thought about them. It's more like I didn't care before, more so than I didn't think about them. I just didn't think about them at all. Like, for instance, I used to not care about abortion, but I don't like abortion. When I actually sit there and think about it from my world lens, it just isn't a thing. If I was going to put my politics in a box or my thoughts on things in a box, it'd be a very weird, like, Christian conservative that isn't Christian. It's not Christian. I was not raised Christian, but we went to church. Like, it was like we went to church. That's it. Like, we didn't like prayed at meals. That's it. Like, we didn't have any crazy like rule sets or anything when I was a kid. When I got into high school, we just didn't even do that anymore. Like, because we moved, and you know, I think they were just doing it because it was, you know, good to have a community. You know what I mean? The town and I lived in a small town, so the town got together every week on Sunday to go to church and then do stuff, right? You know, like friends of the town and stuff like that. You know, just normal shit. That's what it was really for, is for socializing. And, you know, being a part of something that's just not you or your family. It's, you know, your town. That was just a common meeting place for that town. I'm not saying that is always. It's just everybody was religious, to a point, at least, right? But when I say that, there's a huge but, because I don't think conservative like everyone else think. Like, everybody follows the Overton window. I don't think that way. I don't see the Overton window as even useful, because people will call people things that aren't those things. But also, like, when I did, like, over the years doing a political compass test, I haven't moved right. I've just been in the same spot. Right? Like, I've always been that guy. I'm an outdoorsman who lived in Western Pennsylvania, who, as a kid, and was an outdoorsman then, and played all these sports and stuff, and did all this fun stuff I used to like doing, and it's just when you gotta morally think about things, like, that's really what it is, and it's moral and not moral. It's also stat based. There's a lot of reasons that like, each side thinks the way they do, but I don't see them the same way they do. Like, most of the right that you see in America isn't even right wing. Like, people are calling MAGA right wing. I'm like, they're not right wing. Most of them are liberals who just don't like progressives. Like, that's all they are. They call themselves MAGA or neocons or rhinos, or people call them that. Not necessarily themselves, but some of them are themselves. But, like, the reality is most of them are very liberal and not super conservative. Like, they're conservative on certain things, and they're not conservative on anything else. Like, it's weird. It's like, oh, I have one conservative view, so I'm viewed as a conservative. That's weird. If it was up to me, we wouldn't have a society. And by that I mean we would, in a sense that there is a society, but it wouldn't be structured the way it is. Like, not anarchy, but not tribes either. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, I just think the government is in everybody's lives too much, and on all sides, doesn't matter which side you're talking about. And they don't care about the country that they're supposed to be serving, at least in this case, because I live in America. Because it is a service. It's not a mandatory thing. And too many people are getting rich off of it. And there's just a lot of problems with not only our political system, but the whole West political system, what we call the West, which is Western Europe and United States, Australia. Apparently calling Israel Western. I don't know if it is. I've never been there. So there's a lot of places I'm sure have been westernized since the Cold War in Europe, East. But we're talking about the Enlightenment, like, countries, essentially. The countries that either came out of the Enlightenment kind of thing. The Enlightenment, quote unquote. I don't think it was an Enlightenment. Like, I don't really like abortion. I don't like, I'm right wing. That's just what it is. Like, I am right wing. I don't like the idea of, like, supporting everybody. Like, look, I've had support in my life, not from the government, but from friends and family. I don't like that, at least monetarily wise. I just don't. Like, I didn't like it when I was doing it because, you know, I got in a rough patch or whatever. But, like, this is why family is important. People seem to not care about their families anymore. Like, I have some friends who I talk to, who I was talking, I don't anymore, who I see their parents all the time, and I talk to them and they don't even see their kid. And they weren't bad parents. Like, they were just normal parents. No beatings, no gross shit, no absurd punishments, none of that shit. They're just normal parents, you know. You got punished when you did bad things, keep your grades up, follow these rules, think about the things you're doing before you do them, just basic parent shit. And, you know, connecting to them on a level that, you know, I'm on your side, but I also have to tell you what you're doing wrong, right? And it seems like America's lost that as a whole. Millennials especially started this trend. It's happened with Gen X too, a good bit, but not as much as millennials. And it's probably going to be worse for Gen Z. They don't care about their families, like at all. It's very weird to me. Like, how do you not care about the person who raised you? I mean, I get it if you were beaten or, you know, the gross shit or, you know, absurd punishments. But like, most kids, I've noticed that most millennials didn't grow up like mentally. They all act like they're fucking 14 still. A lot of them. So same with Gen Z, by the way. It's no different with them. Now, I don't mind a millennial who does things that they did when they were 14. That's not the problem. The problem is they didn't grow up out of 14. And it's really weird. I don't like it. It's gross. They don't think about their families. They don't think about what's going on around them. They're oblivious to a lot of shit. And, you know, this happened in Gen X too. It was just a smaller amount. A way smaller amount. But it happened, and those people were... I'm sure it's happened in every generation, but like a little bit. But like, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And it's like, I'm not saying you have to like be nice all the time, but like, just think before you do shit. Like that, it seems like most shit people do, they don't even think about it anymore. And that's when I'm like, you know, I really gotta think about this stuff, because like, seeing it around me, like, it's one thing when you don't. And what caught me onto this was training people, actually. Like, training people for jobs. That's what caught me onto this. This was a long time ago, too, by the way. This was like my early 20s. I caught onto this. When you tell someone how to do something, and you show them step by step how to do it, and they still fuck it up, and no matter how many times they don't fuck it up, they still fuck it up. Like, bad. Not like, kind of fucked it up, and you can fix it real quick. No, like, bad fuck up. Like, you ruined that thing, it's over. We have to restart from scratch. The amount of times I've trained people who were like that is higher than the people who I have trained not do that. I don't do that. Do you understand? Like, I think I became conservative because of that, just that thought process. Because it's like, dude, you don't even know how to do like basic shit. Like, it's easy. Like, I know I've been doing it forever, so it's gotten easier for me, but it was easy the day I did it. I just thought about it for 2 fucking seconds. Like, I actually put brain power to it, whereas it seems like nobody's putting any effort into anything anymore. Especially now. Like, it's worse now than it's ever been. But that doesn't mean it's not going to get better. But, like, the amount of, like, just dumb thoughts I hear all the time, just from both sides. It's not just the right or the left. Not just the left, it's also the right. Like, they have dumb ideas sometimes. Like, their best ideas are literally just homesteading. That's their best idea. But that's because it's sustainable. Like, factory farming, it's sustainable. We can sustain it. It's not a big deal. Everybody says it's not sustainable. It's like, it is. But, like, it's just gross. Like, I'd rather know where my food's coming from. That's why I hunted. That's why I fished. That's why we homesteaded when I was a kid. That's why, like, the only reason we don't anymore is because my dad sold that property and we moved to a different state when I was in high school. It's the only reason. Like, I would still be doing that. Because I like doing it now. Like, I kind of do it now. I do the best I can. I go hunt when I can. I can't raise animals where I live because I live in a neighborhood, but I can raise a garden, right? Which I do. Grow a garden, which I do. Like, with food, actual food that you can eat, and I give it to the neighbors when I have too much. All that shit. But, like, the amount of, like, stupidity I hear out of both sides is pretty bad. And it's all sides. It's not just, like, left and right. It's the center. It's the extreme left, the extreme right. They just don't have good ideas. And they don't have to have perfect ideas either. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to work on your ideas. But, like, the worst thing about current time is that nobody agrees on anything. And the reason that happens is because we're still dealing with shit from World War II that we shouldn't be dealing with. Most of the people alive today weren't even around during the World War II. Like, older boomers are dead. The ones that were alive during World War II are gone. And if they're not, they're almost gone. Like, most of the boomers that we have sitting around were around in the 50s. They make it sound like their life was so hard, and it wasn't at all. Like, yeah, you saw the Korea War, kinda, and the Vietnam War later in life when you're an adult. But, like, they think that, like, it's so weird that, like, the draft dodging exclamations at that point in time, not everyone got drafted in Vietnam. Not everyone got drafted in Korea. Like, they didn't draft many people. Like, they did, but it wasn't as many as you think it was. Like, when I hear that stuff, it's like, how did he dodge? Like, so I understand there's people who did dodge the draft. I'm not saying that. But, like, people will say, like certain, like, aged stars that were, like, you know, famous a little bit after that or during that, draft dodgers. I'm like, dude, did they even get drafted? Like, what? Because we drafted people, but, like, it wasn't that big, guys. You gotta remember, the military was a super low numbers at the time. So they had to draft people to go to war at all. Like, yeah, they had people in the military, but they weren't, like, trained. Like, they were trained, but, like, there wasn't a lot of people, dude, back then, that were, like, constantly in there. It's been the case forever. Like, even now, it's the case. Like, there's just more people in it now because there's just a higher population. The percentage is probably not really changed too much because we're in a lull. We're not fighting anyone at the second. We're mostly funding people fighting people, which I also don't like. I just don't like the idea of just, like, changing things for quote unquote progress when it isn't progress. It goes backwards in a lot of ways, and they don't see it, and it's just sad. And conservatives want to push stuff. Me personally, you want to know how far I want to go back? I'd rather be a caveman right now than fucking live in today's society. But the shit, it's like, just decency is gone on the left. Like, any modicum of decency, and by that I don't mean, like, talking to people or whatever. I mean, like, they're just so degenerate that someone who is a degenerate is like, why are you doing this? None of what you're doing makes any fucking sense to anyone in reality. Like, stop. Fucking stop. It's stupid. Stop doing that. It's not that hard. You didn't have to do it in the first place. Like, just a lot of the things that happen today is just people doing shit for no reason. Or they have, like, the modicum of reason that doesn't make any sense. Or it takes too much. Like, it's like, dude, can you just stop? Like, can you stop just making stupid little shit the biggest problem in the world? Like, we have far worse problems than what the fuck 99% of people are talking about. As a society, as individuals. Like, everyone has problems. You may think you're perfect, but you're fucking not. Have you even thought your positions all the way through? Have you come to the logical conclusion of what's going to happen when your stuff is implemented? Like, I get it. A lot of this stuff's based on theory, psychology. Like, a lot of this stuff isn't real science. Like, and when I say real science, I mean it. Like, hard sciences are the only real science. Stop acting like it's not true. Psychology is the biggest fucking retarded bullshit I've ever heard in my entire life. It's not, you can't repeat it. You can't, what? Like, what do you mean you can't repeat treatment? Literally, fixing a broken bone is repeatable. Like, well, it's medicine. That's what I always hear. It's like, yeah, but, like, we treat broken bones all the fucking time the same way usually. Maybe we have some advancements, you know. We change a little bit so it's better. But, like, It's the same fucking thing. You set the bone. Nowadays, since we have it, the ability to do so, you screw some screws in. When it heals, you take the screws out and take the cast off. Don't use your arm. I know it sucks and it's hard to do, but that's just part of life, dude. Like, life sucks. Get over it. Like, have fun with it. If you're going to be in a place where you feel like everything sucks, you might as well have fun with it. Right? Like, it makes no sense to just be grumpy and shitty about it all the time. There's a lot of problems in the world. A big one that people are ignoring, and it's kind of sad people are ignoring it, is population. Specifically two areas. One, we're on a population decrease across the world. Two, except for like some countries, and it's like 10 or something like that. Two, we have a population density problem. This whole thing that the planet's overpopulated is untrue. The untruest statement. There's more unmarked ground between America and Russia than there is anywhere fucking else in the world. Like unused ground. Some of the most insane places. I mean, look at South America by itself. How much of that is unused? I'm not saying we should use it. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, this earth can sustain more people than you think. You're just wrong about what it's in sustain. And it's fine. I understand an ecological balance, but we broke the ecology when we invented tools to kill shit. Like, we broke the rules of ecology. That's essentially what happened. And they just assumed it as ecology, which then transformed into psychology, or evolutionary psychology. It's still just psychology. Like, it's just garbage. It's just, I mean, like, how do you explain, through psychology, how do you explain that, like, inventors have invented the same thing around the same time and patented within like, a couple months of each other, or a couple weeks, or a couple days? How do you explain that through psychology? You don't. It's a dumb science. It's not real. It's fake. Economy, same thing. They're always fucking wrong. They're always wrong on the economy. If you watch stuff from the past, or if you've watched enough stuff talking about the economy, they're always fucking wrong. They're just always wrong. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. They're just always fucking wrong about it. Doesn't matter what kind of influence you have politically. Doesn't matter what kind of influence you have economically. They're always fucking wrong. There's a lot of things that we claim are sciences that just fucking aren't. And none of it is true. There's no true or false to it. It is a scale of retardedness that makes no fucking sense. You can't tell me that someone with schizophrenia can't take the same, unless they're allergic to it, can't take the same medicine as another person with schizophrenia, but they get different fucking shit? What? No. You're just experimenting on shit that might not even make any sense. And look, I'm not saying people don't have mental illnesses. I'm not saying that. But it could just be a factor of their brain chemistry. And you can never fix it. You might be able to slow it down. You might not get super worse. But that is a conclusion. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff that people think a lot of stuff is genetic that isn't, and is genetic that, a lot of stuff that is genetic that is. And it's just, things don't always work out in the real world. Like, it just doesn't happen in any sense of the word or the sentence. Like, there's animals born crippled, right? They're just born that way. And they're fucked from day one. And that might just be a crippling side effect of genetic mutation or genetic relapse, maybe, because we don't know when schizophrenia existed. Like, we don't know when that came to be a thing. It's kind of crazy how much time we spend on just fake sciences when we could literally just use the science we know to do a lot of shit. Social norms are important, and people act like they're not. That's crazy to me. I know there's different social norms for different things, for different places, but there's also like a countrywide social norm, a statewide social norm, a citywide social norm. You know, you can break them down however you want, but there is a social norm to humanity, and people think it's just a social thing. Like, no, there's a social norm that we should be following. Hey, try not to start wars. If someone starts a war with you, you can kill them. I don't care. Wipe them out, take their land. I don't give a shit. That's a whole other problem with the wars that we have now today, because they're not really wars. They're like, we're going to send some people to fuck you up and then leave. No, wars were always fought over actual resources and the countries owned them. Whereas this is not the case with American foreign policy since the World War I. And probably always, but like, I don't see the point in helping out other countries in conflicts that have nothing to do with us. I don't care about Israel or Palestine. I don't care about Ukraine or Russia. I don't care about people from Afghanistan or Iraq or pick a Middle Eastern, any other country, pretty much. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. I don't care about them, and everybody seems to care about foreign countries for some fucking reason. The West is collapsing as a whole because we're pulling too many people from what we would call the East. Yes. I don't know how to explain it besides that. Mostly third world countries. We're pulling too many people that aren't worth anything. Or just see a free meal ticket. And I get why they want to come here. I understand it completely. It's just I don't think we should be letting everyone in here that wants to come here. I think they should have to prove to us that they should come here. Which they don't do. Claim asylum, and that's what they have to do. They don't have to actually do anything. I'm cool with asylum if needed, but even then it's kind of sketchy because they've abused this for so long. Being poor is an asylum claim. Poor countries is not being an asylum claim. Sorry. Like, it just isn't. This isn't anything against South Americans, Central Americans, or any of that. It's just wanting to be in a richer country is not a good reason to come here. Unless you, like, as an actual immigrant and prove that you have reason to be here. And not, like, someone who's going to be a net drain society. There was, even when there's a lot of bad things that are happening within different racial communities that are just not good. Or copacetic with the other race communities. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, yeah, it can change. And I'm not saying you have to get rid of your culture, but, like, come on, man. You can't, like, do this stuff, right? And there's bad people in all cultures. This is not pointed at just, like, one race. White people do it, too. There's no sense of unity in America at all. And I mean even down to the local level. Like, I don't agree with anything in my town that's going on in my town right now. And I never will. And, you know, call it nostalgia, whatever. I don't give a shit. No, I don't want people here. We moved to the edge of the suburbs for a reason. Because we didn't want a bunch of people. We wanted some people. We only moved here for my mom's parents. That's it. And my dad wasn't going to be able to buy a lot of land here at the time, because land here costs way more than it did when we lived in Pennsylvania. So that's just the way it is, right? So, you know, but moving and living in different, because like I've lived in the city, I've lived in suburbia, edge of suburbia, and I've lived in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's a lot of things people do that don't make any sense. And a lot of those things are bad, but they're not good for society. Just not. Doesn't matter if you're male, female, any race, any background. There's no rhyme or reason to it. There's patterns you can see, but there's a lot of stuff in different racial communities. All of them. It's not just one. It's all of them. Right? There's no cohesiveness at all in anything except for maybe family if you have a good family life. You know? And even then, a lot of I knew people growing up who pretty much dished out on their parents and never came back. They were never kicked out at 18. They were never eaten or, you know, saved or like absurdly punished or anything. Most of my friends' parents had pretty basic rules before you do things. They just ditched their parents after high school, like when they left to college or to even, you know, living on your own. And it's really weird to me. Like, I talk to their parents still because I still live in the town that I graduated from. Right? I didn't for a while, but I do now. I graduated high school from, and I know some of my friends' parents still. Like, I still talk to them when I see them and stuff. And it's really sad to know that I had what I would have never considered a friend who dished out on their parents. I don't consider that a friend. Now, I get it if you're, you know, abused or whatever. I understand it then, but I know he wasn't. For sure. Like he had brothers and sisters, and I've still talked to them. And, you know, it's weird. It's just really weird, dude. I don't like it. I don't like any of this. Like, this is why I spend a lot of time with my son. It's why I instill into him that his family is important. That's why I instill in him that you gotta take care of the youngins and the old, right? I gotta take care of you and help my parents. I, you know, teach him basic bullshit life shit. And his rules are pretty basic. Like, his rules are, it's this simple, right? Keep your room clean. Clean up any messes you make anywhere else in the house. In the yard. Anywhere. Just anywhere. If you make a mess somewhere, clean the fuck up. Right? Don't overspend on shit you don't need. Because he makes his own money now. Don't bring the cops to the house. Don't break yourself or anyone else or anything. And treat people with respect. That's it. Those are his rules. And think before you actually fucking do something. Those are his rules. That's all his rules that he has. He has no other rules. Cut the grass once a week. It's fucking it. That's the only rules he has. He's free to leave. He has to be home by 10. It'll go up once he starts driving. It'll be 12 on the weekends. Only on the weekend. And if you're a minute late, you don't get to go out next week. So, like, at night. Like, you can go out and do stuff all day. You gotta be home by 10. But he has a pretty simple rule set, right? His mom is a little bit more complex, but still pretty simple, right? Not complicated. I spend a lot of time with my son because I want him to know that no matter what, I'm always here for you. And You have responsibilities that are coming your way. And this is how you deal with them. And this is how you don't deal with them. And you have a responsibility not only to yourself, but your family. Both now and in the future. And you have a responsibility to society as a whole to not be a complete and total piece of shit. That's it. He knows that. He's a very good kid. Stays out of trouble. Might change the next couple of years. He is just getting into high school. Got a clean head on his shoulders. He sees things very clearly. Got good grades. He's already got scholarship stuff in the works. Told him take it because better than paying for your education. If you can get it fuck free, do it. And he wants to learn a trade too. So he's doing the things he should be doing. So, and he's working on things he should be working on. Because here's the problem with a lot of people is that a lot of people don't know how to do anything. Like, let me put it this way. When I started out when I was 20, working for my father, right? I was 20, I met this guy who was a welder, right? And the reason I met this guy is because he was welding one of the railings that I had to paint on this property. It was a railing that goes on the, for stairs. And he didn't take out anything. He took out a welder, the raw materials, and a saw to cut the raw materials, right? And the decorative pieces. That's it, right? And he's putting this thing together, not looking at anything. But it's perfect. Completely level, both this way, and front to back. In all directions is level. He was just putting shit together like it was nothing. And I don't see people doing that anymore. Like, it's really weird. Like, they have to, okay everything as superior. And that's part of a lot of not knowing anything. Like, not actually thinking about the things you're doing. And look, I didn't think all the time of all the things that I was doing. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying you think about everything. Just try to. Like, it's not hard. Like, it just isn't. It's like, oh, should I be doing this? Probably not. Like, if it's probably not, then don't do it. Should I be doing this? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Like, it's life isn't hard to navigate. Like, it really isn't. People make a big deal out about it because of money or whatever reason. And, and to be fair to those people, there's the extreme opposite where money doesn't make you happy. It's like, yes, it does. Shut the fuck up. To me, that means, you didn't struggle. That's what that means. No, it only makes you so happy. That should be the saying. If you're saying that, you've either never struggled or you're just so elitist now that you don't even remember the struggle, right? So the reality is that there's going to be times in life where everyone struggles. Doesn't matter what it is with or what it's not with. Finances, could be mental health, could be physical health, could be maybe they've blown out their own worldview, thinking about their own worldview, whatever it may be, right? Maybe they're just having a bad day, whatever, right? There's just not enough stoicism. And then there's too much sometimes. It's never enough. It's either too much or too little. And that's where we're at in society, like people as a whole. I'm not saying be so stoic that nothing phases you, right? You're allowed to cry when your family member dies. You're allowed to feel bad for people. You're allowed to do all that. But there's also the exact opposite where you care too much about some people that I don't give a fuck about. Right? There is the too much. Right? And there's the too little. There's no, like I said, to me, not caring about other countries and other people in other countries isn't because I want bad for them. It's because I have things to fucking worry about in this country, on myself, in this town, in this state, in this county. Like, politically speaking, you should be thinking about, what do you want? Why do you want that? Is it a good idea? Those are the things you're supposed to figure out. Then you're like, okay, so I want my town to do this. How can I implement this in my town without being retarded? You figure it out. If no one agrees with you, oh well. Like, get over it. Like people have lost the capability of losing with grace or being wrong with grace. Like, just straight up wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. That's another thing. Like, it's okay. It's fine. The world isn't going to end if you're wrong, but usually you kind of know when you're wrong because you kind of lean into it too hard. Everyone naturally does that, right? Like, I used to do my shove-its and pop shove-its the same exact way. I would just put more kick to the shove-it, right? Which does work. It works very well. It's harder to learn it that way, but it works very well. Be a lot easier to get back on the tail a little bit more to do so. But I stuck with that reason. Because I could. I didn't need to change it for any reason whatsoever. They were clean, they were cut, they were beautiful when I did them. Now, that doesn't mean I had the right technique. It doesn't mean that at all. Like, just because I can do that doesn't mean everyone else should. But it's also too much freedom fucks you up, right? Because if you try to do a shove it and it doesn't do the things you want to do ever, or a pop shove it and doesn't do any of the things you want it to do, then you're not doing a pop shove it. There's a structure to it. So, for instance, I don't want my town being torn apart like it is right now, and a shit ton of people moving in here, and mayors signing off on things they didn't read. Okay? I don't want that. Any moron can run a town better than this. It is right now. Okay? I could put someone who's substandard IQ and off in that position, and they would run it better. Because they would just think, what's the simplest thing? Oh, maybe we should just not do the thing that you cost a bunch of money for no fucking reason. Like, or let's just not, like, destroy, like, everyone who originally lived here, reason to live here. Like, there's that. Like, I don't go, like, when I moved here, I didn't come into town with a cow and some chickens, right? Like, that wasn't allowed. We were told that wasn't allowed, so we didn't fucking do it. I don't hunt out of my backyard, even though I could. I don't, because there's houses that I can see through the little patch of woods across the way, and no, it ain't far enough. Like, it's just simple, basic bullshit, and everybody seems to throw it out the fucking window the second their fifis get hurt, or the second they're just fucking wrong, and it's retarded. I've been wrong a million times. I'll be wrong a million more times. I don't care. What? Your life doesn't hinge on you being correct or incorrect on everything. Your life only hinges on being correct or incorrect when something deadly's going on. Okay? And when I say going on, I mean like directly to you. Like the COVID stuff, I get. Just don't go to sick. Like when that happened, just don't go to work sick. Don't do that. Stay away from you know, I don't know about everyone else's family, but when I was growing up and my family, and I'm the weird one in this, right? My kid can be sick and I don't ever get sick. When I do get sick, it's usually because I ate something fucked up. That's the only time I get sick. I don't ever get sick. Once in a while I'll have the flu. Once in a while I'll have a cold. But I usually, like, if I count all my adult years from 18 to now, I've probably been sick, like actually sick. Like from an illness, not from eating something fucked up. I mean, from an illness. Maybe a total of 5 times. 5 times. I've worked in retail, construction, farming. I've worked in every kind of situation you could possibly think of, except for maybe lawyer or doctor. Yeah, I didn't do that. Sorry. But like every other thing that has nothing to do with medical shit or lawyering shit, I've pretty much done. Just picking up side jobs, picking up side work, blah, blah, blah. It's not a big deal. So like, am I perfect at them? No, I'm not saying that. But like, out of all those groups, I've stayed healthy. Retail makes you sick more than any of them, especially if you're stocking product, which I did. For 7 years, I worked part-time at a grocery store to make extra money. Just to make extra money, because I had nothing to do. I wasn't doing anything, so I was like, oh, I'll just work, a couple extra hours a week and make some extra money. Right? And, like, I never got sick. I got sick twice when I worked there. One was the flu, and I don't think I got it from there. I think I got it from my other job at the time. From the people's house we were working in. And then the other time was a cold that I probably did get from there. I don't remember about being anyway with cold. I just think everybody accentuates everything. Everything's so drastic all the fucking time. It's like, it's not, dude. Be honest. Drastic is when you're about to die. Or you're going to set in emotions you're about to die, right? And by die, I mean not be able to survive. So, like, what you do is you fix that problem, right? So, like, people will be like, well, we need welfare state. It's like, yeah, we don't. People will survive if they don't want to survive. I hate to tell you, but like, that's a part of life. I'm not saying we shouldn't help people who can survive on their own. How about the people who can and just don't? Who are physically able to do it, but just like, it happens all the time. People act like it's not. The welfare queen is a real thing. I know because we used to do apartment repaints. People for apartments in Baltimore City. Need housing. We've heard these conversations. So, it's just reality. It sucks. I'm not saying it's everywhere. I don't think it's everywhere. It's probably in every major city, but it's not everywhere. But also there's people, good on them, I guess. They are smarter than us because we're out here paying for them to live. Pretty fucked. Sorry. Any way you look at it, it'd be like you growing something in a garden and then everybody taking it and you don't get any. How I feel right now about taxes at all. Especially after the shit I saw them spending it on. I knew they were spending it on dumb shit before, but yeah, I'm done paying taxes. Like, I'd rather not pay taxes. As a matter of fact, I don't think anyone alive in the since World War II should have to pay taxes anymore. This includes anybody who's alive and a kid now. Starting in 2025. So like January 1st, 2025, 12 o'clock is the start of they don't get that. Or 2026. That's fine too. Because of the shit that they pulled. Look, I get helping other countries. I'm not saying we shouldn't help other countries in some way. But, like, bro, we have too many problems here. We do. You don't want to fix it here, and you don't want to fix whatever's overseas either. You're just giving them money. If you were going to fix it, you'd actually be giving them shit that they need. Not just money. Like, money doesn't do shit. That's why, like, when you help a homeless guy, you shouldn't give him money. You should get him a meal or give him something to eat, a drink, right? Don't give them money because not all of them, not saying it's all of them, but a lot of them waste their money on drugs, and I don't want that. I'm going to help you. You're going to do what I tell you to help me. You're going to do good for yourself, not fuck yourself over 10 minutes. Score a line, rock a crack, or fucking weed or alcohol or heroin or whatever other drugs, right? I don't want that. If you gotta do drugs, you need to support that habit. If you can't, don't do it anymore. I know it's hard for heroin and other things to get off of, but you can do it. You can do it. People do it all the time. I know it can kill you, but that's what doctors are for. Oh, doctors are expensive. Yeah, well, we have a lot of free programs for that, and you guys are still doing it. So, like, are they the best? Probably not, but addicts are addicts. They call it a disease. I don't think it's a disease. If anything, it's a genetic mutation that just does help in some ways, because you can be addicted to a lot of things, and some of those things are not detrimental to you at all. Like, I like working. Like, I couldn't stay at home. I'd have to be working on something from home. That's fine. Like, if I have my own business from home, cool. But, like, I can't do nothing. Like, and the people who can, that's not good. Like, whether it's socially done or genetically done, it's not good for other people. It puts the burden on other people, and it's not good to do so. You only put burdens on people when it's deserved. And burdens aren't what people think they are, right? Like, burdens aren't bad. They're not. You get annoyed with them. Sometimes you get frustrated with them. But you have a burden to yourself, you have a burden to society, you have a burden to your family, you have a burden to your kids, you have a burden to any other things you want to take care of. Dog, pets, friends. You have a burden to friends. You have a burden to the world to not be worthless. It's one thing if you're born and you have issues. It's a whole nother thing when you're completely capable of being normal and you're just not. Right? It's one thing to be different, like maybe you're emo, cool, whatever. But like, it's a whole nother thing to not be normal. Right? I don't know an emo person that doesn't have a job. Just saying. Like, yeah, they're weird. Who cares? They can be weird in their own free time as long as they're at work or helping themselves, helping who they're supposed to help. Good. It's just normal, basic human instinct to help not only yourself, but others, especially ones related to you or in your community. And it seems like there's no cohesion in any community. I mean, to be honest, part of it's political, part of it's also just the way we've alienated ourselves with the internet and not going outside and doing stuff. Like, when I go outside, I actually say hi to people. Like, when I'm like walking by, like, let's say I'm walking at, like in the neighborhood or whatever. Let's just say that, right? Just walking down the street in the neighborhood. Maybe I'm walking the dog or whatever. If I see a person that I know can hear me, usually they cross the street or on the same sidewalk I'm on, I say hi. Like, first, usually. Like, talk to people. Just say hi. Sometimes someone just saying hi to somebody can help them a lot. Like, just the word, hearing the word hi from a random person could help them a lot. Form a little bit of cohesion, right? You can't do that, like, hating everyone and everything. And I hate a lot of things, and I hate a lot of people. I genuinely do not like them. Yet I don't make it a point to do anything, vicious or mean about it. I don't like myself most days, so there's that. Like, I could be doing better. I say it to myself every day. It's just a fact of the matter. It sucks, but you just work on it one day at a time, and eventually you'll get to where you want to be. People who get rich quick don't usually keep their money. People who get rich and don't understand the work it took to get there. People born in wealth and don't understand that wealth usually aren't rich. How that wealth was made, work that was put into making that wealth. They don't understand. And that's the biggest problem with just companies today. They don't understand. The higher ups don't actually understand the problems of the job that they're doing, whether it be mental or physical. The people that they work under them, mental or physical, or both. They fuck up in a lot of ways, but that's why I think personally, you should never make your company public. That's one. Don't ever make a company public. It's a publicly trade. Two, you should be doing every job every once in a while when you own the company. You should be, even when you have, let's say you have 100 employees, right? And you need some stuff done within the next week. You have to grind it out and they're going to have to work overtime. You should be there. Not only should you be there, but you should be helping them do whatever needs to be done. That happens. That doesn't happen enough. Does it happen? Yeah, usually in smaller businesses it happens, but it doesn't happen enough. And I know a lot of business owners that do this. And there's a reason why their employees are paid a little bit above market average. And they get cool benefits, like not just health care and stuff, but they get vacation right away, like after their probation period. They get medical leave right away for doctor's appointments or dentist appointments or whatever. They have access to tools that will teach them how to start a business of their own. Things like that. The best way to destroy companies is to start your own shit. If everybody works for themselves and has the means to do those things, then they should be doing it for themselves, not hire other people. It'd be nice, like the way I think the economy should work. It's very simple because it's not working now because we live in a pseudo-social. You can call it pseudo-socialistic. It's a socialist. In my view, it's a socialist country. But we live in a world where everybody's so worried about like what they get. They don't think it, but on all sides. Right? Not just one or the other. They don't think about the people who they're in charge of or anything like that. And it happens a lot. And the best way to do that is to make things readily available to learn, which they are. You can get a full education in anything on YouTube. You gotta want it. But you can learn every language. Maybe some weird language that one weird tribe speaks in Amazon isn't there, in the Amazon isn't there or something. You can learn languages that are dead, like dead languages, right now on YouTube. You can learn anything from basic physics all the way to particle physics. Any engineering you can learn. Manual labor you can learn. Carpentry, electrical work, mechanics types, concrete work, landscaping, pressure washing, any form of construction, pretty much, steel work, all of it. You can learn all of it on YouTube. Right now, if you look hard enough, you can find someone who's made a whole entire college grade, college level of any mathematics. Right now. You can read any book you want for free if you really want to. Is it legal? Probably not, but you're not a problem. I know it sucks to say that and it sounds like shit. And yeah, I said author should get their money's worth, should get their money for the book, but the reality is if you're that down and out, there's libraries. Still exist. It's just crazy how much millennials and Gen Z specifically, how much they didn't, how much their life was easy, even if they were poor. That a lot of people forget that you can learn whatever the fuck you want. Just because you spent time at school doesn't mean you learned anything of importance. Maybe some facts, sure. Maybe you learn how to do basic math and reading. Yeah, those are important. But like basic science stuff so you don't mix chemicals together wrong and make mustard gas or some other chemical that's going to fuck up shit. Yeah, that helps. But you can also learn that shit whenever the fuck you want. Like you can learn it when you're 6. You can learn it when you're like 1,000 years old, 100 years old. Just by watching YouTube videos and thinking about it, right? And maybe talking to people about it. You try to figure that shit out. It's not hard. It really isn't. I mean, the amount of precision I think about skateboarding, especially since I'm teaching my son, the amount of precision of what I want to say to him, fix any of the problems he's having, learning how to do a simple trick. Granted, just the thought, really what it is, it's not the thought of you doing it. It's the thought of how you explain it, right? How do you explain this thing? Now, obviously, since we're skateboarding, I'm not going to go in depth into the physics of it. But when you say, hey, it's basic physics, you kind of understand it if you're at least of middle school age, right? Like, if 8th going into high school, you should kind of know what I'm saying to you when I say, hey, it's just basic physics. All it is. You got to play with stuff sometimes to figure out what works with what. So when I relearn a trick now, because I'm teaching my son how to do these tricks as well, I'm probably making them better than they were when I was skating before. And how to explain it. And he's going to know how to do it better than I did. That's the whole point. And and that's how things should be taught. You should be taught things not just through school, but also through friends, family, reading, teaching. Shouldn't be your job, but there's a reason why I don't like teachers. Most of them are really bad at their job. That's why. And I know I'm a little rough on them sometimes, and I tell them that. I'm sorry for being rough on you sometimes. But it's only because I care. Right? Skating, I'm not so rough on him with, obviously. I might give him some shit, but I'm not going to be mean to him about it. But when we're working on the car and he's learning how to work on his vehicle for himself, so if he can't afford to have some place replace his brakes, he can do it himself by buying the brake pads, maybe the rotors. Yeah. He's going to learn that. Learn how to fish. He's going to learn how to hunt. He's going to learn how to survive. Today's society, and if he can't use today's society. That's what he's going to learn. That's your job as a parent. It's your job as a friend. Your job as a family member. You owe the important people in your life everything. You do. Like I said, circumstances withstanding, I'm not saying you should care about your parents who beat you and got pulled out of their house through foster care or whatever. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, or you never did and you left when you were 18 and ran away. And it's good to run away. You'll never hear me say it's bad to run. Okay? I'd rather not fight. All right, I've been in fights, many of them. I don't like them. The reason is, no matter what you do, it's going to hurt. And it's the same way for everything. Everything, no matter what you do, it's going to hurt something. Right? Like there's times where you have to fight. There's times where you have to physically assault someone else because you're like, no, 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 and you can't get away. Right? There's gonna be those times. Maybe you'll be lucky and never hit one of those times. But there's been times in my life where I've could not get away from it. Right? So I gotta stand my ground. And it is what it is. And fighting hurts, man. No matter how good you are, no matter how much you do it still fucking hurts. Your hands hurt, where you got hit hurt, legs hurt, your feet hurt probably because you probably kicked wrong. Because most people can't kick, who aren't trained in any kind of martial arts, or around people who train in martial arts, of any kind. I'm even talking about wrestlers, regular Olympic wrestlers. You've got to be prepared for life, and a lot of that's physical, and a lot of that's also mental. And everybody thinks because we live in the age of the internet, and this is a huge thing. Physical stuff is needed, so get your shit together. It's not hard. Am I perfect? No, no one is. But get your shit together as much as possible, and get your life moving, and worry about yourself, your family, and your friends. And then once everything's cleared with them, expand it to the community, the local community. Expand it just like you would anything else. Yeah, you do your city or your town, whatever you call it, borough, whatever. Then you do like the county or whatever they have. Do the state or province. You do the country. You got to worry about yourself at first when you turn 18. You do. That doesn't mean you can't help your parents here and there, or help your brother, or help a friend here and there. But you got to really worry about yourself, right? Until about 25, you probably can then worry about everybody else, and you should be. I've been worried about my parents since forever, and not because they're bad off or anything. They're not great, but they're not dying and dead or anything like that. But I do worry about them. You know what I mean? I worry about their health. I worry about their everything. My son, same with my brother, same with his kids and his wife, her family, and, friends and their family, because their family affects them, Like, I don't know Rose's family or my sister-in-law's family that well. But I do worry about him. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen to him. I want him to be healthy. I want him to show up at Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff like that, I want him to be normal. And they are, for the most part. Not completely, but, being different. Like I said, being different and being normal are two different things. You're allowed to be different. You're not allowed to be abnormal. Because what people call things that are different, it's just the norm. Like, not everybody agrees on everything. Who cares? Doesn't mean we shouldn't look at the things that society runs on and fix them. Same with your family. Like, obviously, there's times where you shouldn't talk to your family. There's times where you shouldn't deal with those family members anymore. I'm not saying there isn't, right? Like, obviously, if you were assaulted by them or gross stuff happened between you two, or on the part of the other person, not yourself, obviously. Or, they broke your boundaries constantly. Yeah, it's time to stop hanging out with that person. It is. Everybody breaks boundaries. You just got to tell people, oh, dude, you can't do that no more, man. Like, you just can't. Simple. And if they have a hissy fit about it, you tell them, well, I mean, you can either do that stuff or you can just not, we're done. Like, it's that simple. We're not talking, we're not related, we're not friends, we're not whatever. You want your life to be full of fun and boundaries and work. And try to do something you like to do. Even if you don't like it that much. Like, don't go somewhere where you're gonna fucking hate the job, like what you do. right? Like that's a bad idea. Now, if you're just doing it to pick up some extra money for a while, that's fine too. But that's fine if you want to put up with it. But like, let's be real, man. If all my jobs, it's something that I would like to learn how to do, or at least that sounds like a fun thing to do for me, right? You got to have some kind of initial bite. Maybe it won't work out after a while. That's fine. But like, you got to figure out what you'd like to do, not a passion. Stuff you'd like to do, right? Like, I'm passionate about fucking being outdoors, doing different shit outdoors. That's not my job. Like, I'm passionate about my family, not my job. I mean, it is outside of work, but it's not my everyday job, right? I don't call my parents all the time, right? It's not an 8-hour job for me. It's a, what are you doing? How are you? What's the matter? Is everything good? It's that. Right? Same with your friends. Gotta have some boundaries. Help them out when you can. Don't go broke helping people out. Not a good idea either. Because then there's two people who need helping. Right? Be charitable to the right people. Sometimes you get bit in the ass for it, but sometimes you don't. Most of the time you don't. If you're very strict on who you will help out. That's another thing. Don't help out everybody. Even if they're like kind of friends, a little bit more than acquaintance, but a little less than like someone you would hang out with every day. You don't have to. Just say, hey, I already had plans. Sorry, man. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Now, if it's your really good friends, understandable to go feel like you're obligated to do it, or your family members or whatever you feel obligated to do it, you should be obligated to do it. Help your brother and sisters move. Help your friends move if they're really good friends. Your parents, if they move later in life, help them move. Don't bitch about it. Just do it. It's what you're supposed to do. Friends are supposed to be friends. Friends aren't friends because you guys just hang out and enjoy the same thing. They're friends because you actually care about each other. Family members, same thing. Right? So, and society as a whole. If everybody just worked on... Because here's the thing, right? I see a lot of people who are more worried about what society is doing than what they are doing. And what their family is doing. And sometimes there's a reason, right? Sometimes the reason is that they don't trust anyone. There's a good reason not to sometimes. Especially if you've been abused in the past. In any way, shape, or form, whether it be SA, physical assault, that stuff. Understandable not to trust people. Theft. Something that hindered your life, right? Understandable. That is a boundary. That's what that's called. They break those boundaries. Yes, you separate from it. It's hard sometimes, especially with people that you've known forever and you've cared about for a long time. But you got to do it. It sucks. Sucks. And look, not all of you are like the potheads on the internet. Not all of you can be rich and even comfortable and do a bunch of drugs. That I'm very I don't mind the usage of drugs. You'll never hear me complain about it. You only hear me complain about how it gets here, whether it should be legal or not, things like that. But you'll never hear me complaining about the usage because there's a lot of drugs that are banned for no fucking reason. Marijuana being one of them. I don't suggest doing it, but if you can support yourself and your life's going good and you smoke a fucking joint, do you think I give a shit? Fuck. The problem is people go overboard, and those people really need to recognize, and their family members and their friends really need to recognize, hey, you're going overboard. You need to stop. If you don't, we're not dealing with you anymore. And I know it's hard for family members to do so more than anybody else, but friends too. Like, you've had friends that, are super old, been friends forever, and they're just doing something stupid that you're like, dude, I'm not against what you're doing. You're just fucking doing it instead of normal shit, right? Or you're spending too much money on it, or whatever, right? I pretty much I think I drink like 3 or 4 times a year. I used to drink every day of my life. And I don't mean like small amounts. So what's up? I don't mean like small amounts. And people are, and you know what? No one ever came to me and said to stop drinking. I figured it out on my own. I was like, why am I doing it? Like, is this, like, it's fun, but like, I can't do this all the time. And it's not because of what it does to your body or whatever. It's not even the reason. It's like, why am I not in a constant, like, I need to be more focused on other things. Like, I shouldn't be thinking about alcohol, or I shouldn't be thinking about weed, or I shouldn't be thinking about like, whatever constantly, right? Like, you should be thinking about different stuff all day long. You shouldn't be focused on one thing, because if it's a bad thing or something not so great, you're going to be like, fuck this. Right? But you gotta look at the great things. You gotta be thankful for shit. That's the biggest thing. Like, I'm very thankful for. Could it be better? Yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt. Could it be worse? Yeah. Very much so. Like, way worse. Like, magnitude's order of worse. Like, my parents and my brother could die all in the same, right? That would be fucking hard. I have nobody except for my son at that point. And I can't put the burden, it's not my job. His burden is to take care of me when I'm old. My burden is to take care of him. My burden, I have another burden, which goes into the take care of him, not to let me affect my raising of him or my attitude towards him. Anything like that, because something bad happened. Can't whine, can't complain to him. Now, obviously, we'd both be mourning their deaths. But to be fair, it's going to hit a lot harder for me because, you know, those are his grandparents and his uncle, not his brother, not his parents. If I died, he'd be more broken down. Because it's directly someone who deals with you every day. Even when he's his moms, I call him every day. I say, hey, what's up? What are you doing? Seeing how you doing? What did you do today? You know what I mean? Just because his mom wanted to be a silly head and leave doesn't mean he should be affected by that. There's a reason why I also pay for his phone. He can't do anything about it. So. And the sad reality is, it's both sad and good in a sense. It's sad in the fact that I would do that to somebody, and it's sad in the fact that someone would want to do something like that to me, but she knows she can't keep him from me. And she's always done that because bad things would happen. And it's not going to be good for anyone. So, my kid's more important to me than anyone else in the world. If I had to choose, like if I was stuck in a position to choose to hurt someone or him, it's going to be someone else. In a fucking heartbeat. I don't even have to think about it. There is no thought to it. None. Zero. Thought. Straight. Nope. That's him every time. And he knows that. And I never told him that. He knows that. If he watches this, he might know it then. But I don't want him getting hurt. I don't want him being abused. I don't want him being treated the way he shouldn't be treated. Be treated the exact way he should be treated. Respect. Because he's older. He's in high school now. So he's going into high school now. So with a little bit more respect and a little bit more listening, maybe he's right. Got a brain, he uses it. He's not some elementary school who hasn't seen anything. He's traveled a bit, nowhere crazy. He hasn't gone to like other countries or whatever, but he's traveled a bit in America. He's traveled a bit with me and his mother. Nothing crazy. Been to different areas, been to cities, been to the suburbs, been in the edge of the suburbs for a long time, his whole life. He's been in the middle of nowhere. He's met these people and he knows exactly how they work. He has a little bit of a positive bias, though. He's too positive sometimes, and he's also too negative sometimes. In certain topics, he's very negative, but on daily life, just moving throughout the world, he's overly positive. And he's overly negative on skating. For instance, like he's always worried about getting hurt. I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. You're not going to get hurt. Yeah, son, gotta have a son. Gotta have at least one. Replace yourself at the bare minimum, please. He's a G. He is awesome. He's smarter than I ever was. Not as athletic, but that's okay. He's getting there. He knows how to do all this stuff, though. Not as physically robust yet. But he's going to be taller than me, so. You know, got to develop the muscles with the testosterone. He's getting infused into his whole body throughout puberty. So. But he's good. He's an old soul, too. He's an old soul. Old. He's actually pretty wise. He says things that make me think a lot. And it's not a popular thing to say usually, and it's not even like a popular in the subculture to say. So like, that's the crazy thing. When your kids ask you why for something and you don't actually know. And I think it's a lot of parents, like, why do you believe the things you believe? Like when he said that to me, I was like, I can't explain that to you because you got to form your own opinion first, dude. Like, you've got to logically think about the things that you believe first. And then we can compare notes and I can say, well, you're right, but you're wrong. This was going to be kind of right in the sense that your heart's in the right place. But is it really? That's the question, right? That's always the question. Your heart and mind are usually in the right place, but is it really? Lots of things sound good on its face, but in reality, they don't fucking work. It's just the way it is. Way of human nature. It's the way of the world. And it sucks. And he knows that. And he's older. I think him having to spend time with his mom is teaching him a lot of things. You know, I always said, you know, when she left, I was like, hey, look, you don't have to like me. I just don't want my son growing up without a mother. So he's going to spend time with you. Do you like it or not? And she didn't have a problem with it, obviously, but if it was up to me and a kid could be raised with just a father. Listen, doesn't matter who you are. The father, the mother, yeah, the differences and outcomes of whatever. Reality is a kid needs his mom and a kid needs his dad. I don't care if you're separated. I don't care if you're divorced. I don't care if it never worked out. I don't care. I don't. Unless they're being abusive, obviously. There's reasons to not. But men and women, because men have done it too, but usually there's a good reason for men to do it. But men have done it too to be bitter, especially in recent times. Let your kids see their mother or their father. Don't hold what their father or mother did above their head. Ever. They didn't do that. It's not their fault. Might be yours, it might be theirs. Doesn't matter. Your kid needs to have a father, and people who aren't being fathers need to be fathers, and people who aren't being mothers need to be mothers. It goes all the way around. You've produced a child, go be a father, go be a mother. If you've produced a child with someone that you ended up not liking, deal with it. That was your fault. Not their fault. And this goes for boys and girls, okay? You need to have someone to teach you respect in different ways, right? So mothers treat boys how to respect women, so do fathers. But mothers really treat it teach it because what's the number one rule in every family that would It should never fucking happen. And if it does, that kid deserves to get their ass beat. Hitting mom. Hitting mom. Shouldn't hit dad either. Shouldn't hit anybody. But that is a line you do not fucking cross. Ever. I don't know a single person who has crossed it. Who grew up in a normal family. Even with brothers and sisters that fought like cats and dogs, I have never once seen them hit their parents. Not once. And if you did, you get your ass beat. Dad can take a little bit more. You don't hit him because you're going to get your ass whooped just for hitting him. But, like, I think it's more traumatic, the fact that you hit your mom. The best thing a mom can do if that ever happened, I'm going to tell you right now, right? I don't care if you're a single mom. I don't care if you're a mom with the greatest husband in the world. I don't care if your husband died. They need a father figure. Doesn't have to be their father. Thanks. Come in. Hold on a second. Oh, my mic was muted. My bad. And I don't care about your political affiliate, any of that shit. I don't care if you hate each other. I don't care. Get over it. There's more to life than just you. Because what that screams to me is me. And life isn't about you all the time. You know that. You know that for a fact. You know how you know that? What happens when your mom passes away? Or grandparents that you were, really, that you knew really well. You get upset. There's a reason. Because your family, you're supposed to care about your family. Doesn't matter if it's your kids or your great grandparents who are 100. Okay? Like, get over yourself. You're not all that in a bag of chips, or you're not the star in this movie. You're not the main character in this video game. You are just a person who is supposed to support themselves. Once you're an adult, you're supposed to support yourselves. Try to make enough money so if any of you, your family, or your friends need help, you can help them, even if it's just a little bit, $20, something like that. And you should be caring about those people. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you're going to have is, whether we go to heaven or hell, whatever, it's nothingness. At the end of the day, the only thing you're going to remember on your deathbed is what you did. And what you didn't do. What you should and shouldn't have done. That's what you're going to think about. Now, there's plenty of things people have regrets over that could be stupid and just dumb. But do you really want to be on your deathbed thinking you weren't a good enough parent? You did the best you could in the circumstances you had? At least do that. That's just the bare minimum bullshit. Right? I'm not saying your kid has to be living a rich lifestyle. I'm not saying you have to be a bajillionaire. You can be poor. Just care about your fucking kids. That's all that matters. Your legacy is what matters. It's not just genetic. It's also the way you teach them. It is genetic. That's a huge component of it. So the people who are like, oh, but like you can adopt and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not saying you're doing a wrong thing. You're doing a good thing. I have nothing against people who are for adoption or, can't have a kid and get an adopt, stuff like that. But like the whole thing, your whole legacy hinges on how you are a parent. You could be a piece of shit in every other aspect and I'll have more, but you're the perfect parent. And I'll have more respect for you than anyone who's a billionaire. And that's their only accomplishment. They aren't a part of the future if they don't have kids. I think certain people shouldn't vote. There's a lot of things I don't think people who are voting should be voting for. Most of them, to be fair, a lot of them don't vote. So we're good on that. But there's a lot of people who, especially since the last 20 years, I'd say, who make it a point to vote and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You only see it from one prism, and it's a bad prism, usually. Or it's so extreme to one way that it's just not good. You can say some of my beliefs are extreme, but they're really not, because I've thought these out. Like I've been thinking about these since I was in high school. This isn't like a new thing. It's not a revelation I had. It's information taken in over time to fit what I think should happen in the real world with what would be a Christian ethic, essentially. Even though not a Christian, I don't follow all of the Christian ethics. It's close enough. Can't call it atheism or whatever the fuck else you want to call it, because I don't believe that stuff. Like, atheism to me is just a religion against who hates Christians, at least in America. Let me state this. I grew up during the new atheist movement, right? That was going on. And, I've been exposed to atheism a lot. I don't believe in a God not because of Christianity. It's because what they do, right? Of what churches do, of what, in general. Like, not that it's a bad place to come together or whatever, or, some things have happened with sexual assault, things of that nature. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is they don't do what they preach, and it's disgusting. I'm not denying there isn't a God. That's the thing. I don't know. Because the current people who are telling me there are gods or God don't listen to their God. Not all of them. Be honest, not all of them. But the vast majority are that way, at least in America. Maybe other places in the world it's different, but as far as I'm concerned, in America, no one actually believes they're God. Unless they're, like, strict as fuck about it. So, I don't know. I'm not denying the existence of a God because there's no proof or disproof there is one. So, there could be. It's just growing up in the church. And it's not because something bad happened to me or my friends or anything. It's just things that I saw, like at my own church. There's no sexual assault, nothing bad. There's bad stuff, though. Like, for instance, this is a really big topic now, but it wasn't back in the early 2000s, but I pointed this out back in the early 2000s. Why is it that every time I ever heard a couple speak in the youth stuff, that the woman was a hoe and the guy was a saint, like quite literally? Like, that happened all the time when I was a kid. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on a fucking minute. Why should you, as a woman who was not virtuous, get a man who is virtuous as your partner? Well, I'm virtuous now, but you weren't. He always was. History matters. It does. And I'm not saying, and that's just the stuff I saw at a personal level at church. Really, it seems to be a prevalent model of all churches, of all faiths in America. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't gone to the right church, whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, Satanism is literally a direct is like a direct fuck you, dad. That's all that is. Satanism's retarded. Judaism is supposed to be important, but judging from the way that the Old Testament and the New Testament reads, the only thing important about it is that Jesus Christ showed up. Islam makes no fucking sense. It's actually just like garbage. Like when you read the Quran, it's fucking just garbage thoughts put together in a jumble that makes no fucking sense. The pagan gods don't make sense either. So there's that. Like, there's not even an argument. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to why there's these things that are so powerful, but they're not powerful enough to be one. That's weird. To me, like, you know what I mean? This isn't a superhero thing. Like, this isn't a superhero team where some people are stronger than others at different things. Nah, bruh. That's not how it works. But I said this a long time ago when I left the church when I was about 18. And it wasn't because of atheism. I don't believe in atheism. It's stupid. It's actually worse than anything else. I will say that 100%. And the reason I left is because, and I actually prayed about this too. And that's when I was going to church and doing all that stuff. It wasn't just for me to become a degenerate. I was doing those things while I was in church too. So shut the fuck up. Anyways, and I'm my own prime example of what I'm talking about, but a lot of the stuff I did isn't really covered in Christianity. Like, there's some degenerate shit I'm sure I did. I mean, I did it later in life, yeah, for sure. But there was some degenerate shit that I did in high school. But most of it was just doing the bad things that you're not supposed to do as a kid, like do drugs and drink and have fun. Do bad things. Do really bad things. No, I'm just kidding. But like, most of my thought process behind it was that I went to a few Protestant churches throughout my life. Then I went to a Catholic church for a long time. As a little kid, up into high school and stuff. And I kept seeing the same thing. That women, specifically, have virtue all the time, even when they're not virtuous. And that's just wrong. And I would see, and when I was in Protestant churches, I would see openly gay people be openly gay in a church. Yeah. About that. So, I mean, obviously they weren't fucking at the church. I'm talking about, like, you know, they're gay. Everyone knows they're gay. They say they're gay. They say they're married. You know, I don't believe that. Say they are. No. But yet they're still attending church. That'd be no, leave. So you change your ways. So, not for the gay shit, not for the trans shit, not for any of that shit. Ain't real. Now, I don't know about now, but definitely when I was a kid, in the early, graduating high school in the early 2000s, most gay guys, women was for attention. That's all it was for. And usually they weren't actually lesbian. They never did anything lesbian with someone else. They just called themselves lesbian or bisexual because they wanted attention. But most of the gay guys that I grew up with were abused. That I knew in high school. Like, I knew who they were. I wasn't friends with them or whatever, but like, they were acquaintances, right? They were usually abused. You know, I met them at parties and stuff, and like, I'm talking to a couple of them at one party, and I was like, how'd you know you were gay? Like, because when I think about being straight, I was like, I just knew, like, just liked women. like, so they were explaining it to me. I'm like, and every time, at least with these guys, 3 guys, they always said it was a male that was an adult whether it be 18 or 20, didn't matter, who essentially raped them. So oh no, I'm not saying everyone at church is perfect. I'm not saying that. But when you're a priest and you're marrying people who just shouldn't be together, like that should weigh on your soul. And it doesn't, a priest or a pastor or any of that, that should weigh on your soul. And it doesn't. And it's fucking disgusting. If I was a priest or a pastor that married people under the name of God, and one was virtuous and one was not, I would say no. I don't even care which way it goes. It could be the man who was a man whore and the woman was the virtuous one. It could go the other way around. The man was virtuous, the woman was a hoe. I don't care. I'm not marrying you. That should be the exact words that come out of that fucking priest or pastor's mouth. Yeah, it sucks. Get the fuck over it. Shouldn't have did what you did. Maybe you guys really don't belong together. You think about that? Because that's the truth. The truth is that you can't make a hoe a housewife and you can't make a hoe a husband. One thing to have sex a couple times, fuck up. It's a whole nother thing to be racking up a fucking body count above 10 before you're married. That's just disgusting. Gross. And I'm not a saint, dude. I'm not a saint, okay? Nowhere close to a saint. Yeah, that person can change, but that doesn't mean... Here, look. That doesn't mean they're compatible. Right? You can change a negative wire into a positive wire by forcing a ground to it. Or forcing electricity through it and just grounding it. Doesn't mean it's correctly done. Like, what do you mean? It's very simple. If we're going to take psychology into effect, it should be very simple. Same people should be marrying same people. Not everything's going to be perfect. Like, look. If these women were like, oh, I messed up once. Or if these men were like, I messed up once. Dude, it's cool. Twice, cool. Even up to like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, whatever, man. But like the point to where you get past double digits, it's like, dude, why the fuck did you do that? Like, it's dumb. Right? Like, I'm not saying people don't change, but at the same time, people on Earth have to deal with other things besides, like, while they're living, besides just, like, oh, you changed. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I get it. People change. I'm not saying they don't, but in my experience, people change less than everybody thinks they actually do. And a lot of people's experience, because everybody I talk to about this, my friends, my family, same fucking response. They change. They just don't change enough to fix the problem. Or you can't, it's a permanent thing and you can't fix the problem. So it's just one of those things. I'm not saying people should be damned to hell because they had sex before marriage, because they were a dumb kid or something. But like when you're just like pushing it, it's like, dude, come on. On both sides, men, women. It's fucking gross, dude. Like I said, I'm no saint. I'm far from it. As a matter of fact, if I was a saint, I would call, even if fucking Jesus himself came down to earth and said, bruh, you're a saint now, I'd be like, dude, get the fuck out of here. I'm horrible. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's exactly what would happen. Okay? Even if I did live like a saint, I would deny it, no matter what. God can forgive you. That doesn't mean everyone has to forgive you. They can forgive you in a sense that, like, yeah, you did what you did and you fucked up. Glad you're changing. But, like, they don't have to, like, kiss your ass or marry you or even want to be friends with you. Like, it's a part of life. Get over it. Like, I shouldn't have to deal with, like, for instance, I shouldn't have to deal with someone who's a fucking pedo, right? Ever. I should never have to deal with that person. Fucking ever. The only way I should be dealing with them is the way that we should be dealing with them, which is with violence. And extreme violence. Extreme violence to the point that they die. Okay? And yeah, that's something with me. Get over it. I don't care if it's godly. I don't care if it's Jesusly. What would Jesus do? Sorry. And I don't mean someone who, like, you know, was 19 and their girlfriend was 17, just out of high school, and her birthday's late. No, I don't care about those people. I'm talking about kids, dude. Like actual kids. Like kids. Like kids that haven't even gone through puberty yet. Okay? Like, it's disgusting, and it should be dealt with extreme violence all the time. If there's any photographic, 3 or more witnesses, physical witnesses, or videography of this, that person should be shot on the stand once the judge says they're guilty. There is no execution to a gas chamber or to a fucking needle or to a fucking electric chair. No, you go get shot by court guy. What are they called? Court police. What are they called? I forget what they're called. The bailiffs. That's who you get shot by. Same with rape in any case. Period. I get people mess up, but there's certain things you just don't fucking do. And that's one of them. And murder's another case. Just cold-blooded murder. Not self-defense. Cold-blooded murder should be dealt with the same fucking way. And shit would stop. Shit would stop. We'll act like those deterrents don't work. They do. They'll still be murderers. Okay, it'll be a lot less. Who gives a fuck? I look like your grandfather. How was your grandfather? Or like when he was younger? I'm like 37. Oh, I have aged a good bit this year. I have to admit, the past 2 years have been pretty rough. That's why. I mean, obviously I aged normally before, but the past 2 years have been pretty rough. I am getting a little white in the beard. Too much white. Although some of the white is from the sun. Being out in the sun, because it does do that. Man, depends on what you mean by manslaughter, because here's the problem, right? Manslaughter is a very fine edge. And people call things manslaughter that isn't manslaughter. I don't believe... not really. Like, there's lines to be drawn that they don't draw now on manslaughter. Manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter specifically, is usually because someone was either A, drink driving, or B, not doing what they're fucking supposed to do on the road. They shouldn't get manslaughter. That's murder, dude. Like, when you do stuff, everyday stuff, it doesn't matter what it is. All right, then I have very big respect for vehicles, not only because my brother suffered from a life-changing accident, but also car accident when he was 15, not even when he was driving. But also, and it wasn't even his fault or the person in the car's fault that was driving. And I don't mean that by a legal sense. I mean that it actually wasn't their fault. You were driving, and this, I think the reason why I have so much respect for vehicles and why I've never driven drunk or high or anything like that is because I've been driving big pickup trucks my whole life. I grew up with a father who owned a construction company. I was trained to drive in a truck from day one. When I was a little kid, not a little kid, 10, 11, 12, somewhere around there, probably 12, driving the truck on the land, on the roads. I wasn't allowed to do whatever the fuck I wanted, right? It was the farm truck, whatever, don't care. But like the point is like I wasn't allowed to do whatever the fuck I wanted with it. Couldn't go on the roads. It's illegal. Had to be under supervision of my father. Like, I have a lot of respect for for vehicles in general and how deadly they are, because I know, because I grew up driving vehicles that are twice the size of most people's vehicles. if not 3 times the size, because we had dump trucks and stuff too. Had to move those. Had to learn how to do that stuff. I have complete and total respect for how dangerous they are. The reason why when someone drinks and drives and dies, I've had several people in my life that were friends over time. Maybe we didn't talk all the time, and it was from high school, but we still talked every once in a while and made sure we checked on each other. I didn't go to their funeral because they were driving drunk, dude. I refuse to do that. That's considered vehicular manslaughter. No, it's not. It's not. You know that you're drinking. You know that you shouldn't be fucking driving. I've been completely blacked out drunk, not remember most of the night, and still didn't drive, still wouldn't drive, still wouldn't even think about driving. On top of that, my friends even said, you always yell at people for driving while drinking. I was like, yeah, because it's not manslaughter. That's just straight out murder. That's what that is. Same with guns. Same with knives. Same with all of it. And with everything else that's dangerous. Same with pushing somebody and they happen, you and your friends goofing off, pushing somebody and they happen to fall in front of a bus. You know you shouldn't be doing that next to the road. You know that. As dangerous as of a life I've lived, as far as like physical violence done to me or physically violent things happening to me, I never once in my life have been more... Dude, I'm talking about jumping off of, you know, like things people don't always do. They used to do them all the time. But, like, guys used to do it all the time. But nowadays, it doesn't seem to be a normal thing. Like going to the river and there's a giant cliff and jumping into the river from that. Mountain biking, hitting jumps that are 10 feet tall, which means you're on the base ground, you're at least anywhere between 15 to 20 feet in the air. Same with dirt bikes, same with like the danger. I've noticed that when people do dangerous stuff, they have more direct views on this kind of thing. Like the more you're able to physically die or violently be hurt when you do the things that you like to do, the more strict they are on things like manslaughter. Because, yeah, there is instances where manslaughter happens. For sure. Right? Because life happens. It's shitty. But, like, there's a lot of things that are considered manslaughter that are not. It's just a fact. Like, yeah, it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. But a lot of the things that they call manslaughter aren't, and they shouldn't be. If you're drinking and sometimes there's murders that are manslaughter, is the whole, because, you know, some laws, manslaughter is like murder, whatever, murder number last, or whatever the lowest combination of it is. But, like, if you're just neglecting what you're doing and how you're doing it and not thinking about what you're doing, even when inebriated, you have a larger problem than just drinking and driving. You need to really think about your life for a minute, your brain and where it's at. Because obviously it isn't in the correct spot, right? Now, if you hurt yourself drinking and driving and you were like in a farm vehicle and you were only in the farm and no one got hurt, that would just be you being a dumbass. Like, that's all that is. There is certain situations, but if you kill someone drinking and driving, vehicular manslaughter, at least in my state, if you kill someone by accident because you don't know what you're aiming down range at, if you kill someone by accident because you pushed them, dude, you know you're not supposed to be doing that stuff. I'm not saying be super strict about everything. You're allowed to goof off and horse around when you're a kid, but you don't do it near the street. You don't do it in a place where where someone could fall, crack their head open, and die. You do it somewhere where it's relatively safe. I'm not asking for you to go to like a full like boxing or MMA gym. Go in the grass and do something stupid. That's fine. That's all you need. So, preferably one that has very little rocks exposed. And I know that's hard in some places because, you know, parks are concrete too and shit like that. But, like, you gotta be smarter. We've survived thousands of... You've come to the point of where your DNA has accumulated from thousands of generations of people. And you're gonna ruin it by being stupid. That's what that is. No, they can redeem themselves. Like I said, they can be redeemed by God. They can be redeemed by other people. That doesn't mean they have to be redeemed by everybody or forgiven by everybody. That's the thing a lot of people don't remember. If they're forgiven by God and redeemed by God, cool. But you don't have to do... People don't have to do that because they don't have to put up with your shit. That's what it is. Like, the biggest problem I say right now in the church, especially since stuff I've seen in recent history, is that fucking dumb hoe from OnlyFans. She can change her ways all her want, but the second she starts proselytizing, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not listening to some bitch who had 25 cocks in their mouth. Just not. I don't listen to women as it is, much less ones who's had 25 cocks in their mouth. Okay? I don't care if they've changed. I don't care if they've been redeemed by Jesus. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to listen to them. They made horrible decisions in the past. I have too, but not that fucking bad. Sorry. You're not going to tell me what Jesus thinks because you converted two months ago and you were an ex-porn star. Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, no. I'm not saying the church shouldn't take her in. Church should take her in. But the second she starts running her fucking mouth about anything that has to do with God, shut the fuck up. I may have not lived a virtuous life, but you might as well be a fucking demon, bro. Like, get the fuck out. Like, shut up. Don't talk. And the worst part is these conservative fucking people are like, oh, we're going to have her speaking events and we're going to have her on our podcast and we're going to have her do this. Like, get that bitch the fuck out of here. First off, I don't care about her story. Second off, let her go praise Jesus somewhere the fuck else. I don't care about what she has to say about Jesus or God or any of this shit. I know Jesus is God. Don't. Or whatever she uses for the nomenclature. Okay? I don't care what she has to say. I don't want to hear her spout nonsense about being a good Christian when shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to tell other Christians how to be Christians. You don't. And you don't get to tell non-Christians how to be Christians either. No, you get to tell them, hey, go talk to my pastor or go talk to my priest. That's what you do. You are too fucking dumb on the topic already, much less your past is not good. Okay? My past isn't perfect. I'm not saying that. But dude, I don't care about that, dude. First off, I don't like taxes right now. All right, and I'll tell you why. It's because of what it was spent on. The only good thing that came out of Doge was that they exposed a bunch of shit that it was spent on, and I don't think anyone alive who's been alive from whenever to 2026, January 1st, should ever have to pay taxes again. Not after what they fucking spent it on. No more taxes. I'll take that. If you want my honest opinion, they should pay every single person's taxes right now back who has been working for the past since forever to now. At bare minimum. But I'll take not being taxed anymore. It's just bad people. I don't care, dude. Like, just get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm not an anti-tax person. I don't like them. But, like, I'm not anti-tax. I am now. I wasn't. I am now. Like, if they're just going to be wasted on stupid bullshit from across overseas, I don't give a fuck. Sorry, get the fuck out of here. I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking care about anyone overseas. Look, I hope they don't die. I wish them well. But I don't care about them. I'm not going to. Okay? I don't. I have too many problems in my own life, in my own community, in my own family, in my own state, county, country to worry about. Okay? I don't need to worry about someone in fucking Pakistan or Palestine or Israel or fucking Ukraine or Russia. I don't care. I fucking don't. I don't. I wish them well. I hope their lives get better. I hope they stop being retarded, but I can't give a shit. I can't. You know what my advice to my son is right now? I never thought it would have been this ever my whole entire life. Look, unless you got a reason to stay here, fucking leave. Fucking leave. This country is falling apart faster than anything the fuck else. No one's going to save it. No one. Because all our politicians have never been punched in the face a day in their fucking life. And the ones who have, there aren't enough of them. So, the second that we start getting actual men into power again, and yes, Trump's a bitch. Sorry, I'll say it straight out to his face. He's a bitch. He may not have to talk smack, but the reality is he's a bitch. So, I want men in office. I'm not saying they have to serve fucking military service because there's reasons not to join the military, especially in the past 20 fucking years. But with that said, there's also reasons outside of the military you should be allowed to take office. First off, you've had to been punched in the face at least once. I don't mean play punching. I don't mean boxing in a ring, sparring. I mean actually punched bare knuckle in a street fight in the fucking face. If that hasn't happened to you, you don't get to be president. Sorry. I know it sounds like a dumb fucking requirement, but here's the problem with the people in office. They just say what they want and do what they want, and they've never been told no, and the most extreme version of being told no is being punched in the face. Without killing them. Or maiming them. Granted, that could maim them. I'm not saying it couldn't, but that's the reality. It's not just random people who are talking shit on the internet that have a cocky attitude. It's also everyone and also politicians, all of them. All of them are fucking worthless. Even if they're from outside of political spectrum, they're still fucking worthless. Nothing ever gets done. The only good thing that's happened is the border crossings have slowed down to almost nothing. But we aren't deporting people. We're not really deporting people anymore. Trump even said it. All right. And look, I only voted for Trump to piss off the left. I knew he wasn't going to do what he said he was going to do. Because none of them do anything that they said they're going to do. I don't hate Trump. I just think he's a bitch. Actually, I don't think we should have presidential elections. Well, they would be presidential elections. It would just be the primaries. And I think they should have to fight to the death. Barehanded. No weapons, nothing. They have to fight to the death. President. And, by the way, I'm not just talking about president. I'm talking about every political position in America. Every single one. Every position where you're I'm not talking about government workers. I'm talking about people in charge of government workers. They should have to fight to the death for their position. Because I'll tell you right now, Congress, Senate, the Supreme Court, and the president, they should all have to fight to the death. to get their spot. Sorry. Same goes with the state positions. Same goes with the city and town permit positions. Board of Education, any of it. Yes, that's what I actually think. Because I think you should have to want to care about the future of this country so much that you'll kill for it to act on even keel. And that's it. And you get to serve your term limit, like your 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, whatever it is, right? Year, whatever it is in that governmental position. You can run again, but you got to fight to the death again. It might take a longer time, but the reality is that that'll keep things changing for the better, because those people actually care enough about the country or the town or the city or the state or the education people are getting to kill over. And not kill in the sense like bloody murder, kill in the sense that, because this is the honesty of the world. This is the honesty of the world. The world works on one principle and one principle only. I don't care if you're Christian. I don't care if you're atheist. I don't care if you're Hindu, whatever. Pick your religion, pick your political party, pick whatever the fuck you are. I don't care. The world only works by force. End of discussion. It's the only way it fucking works. It's nice to be able to debate and, talk about these things and debate it out in public, sure. But the reality is that no one follows anything unless it's by force. Discussion. And discussion. That's all it is. And force multipliers are needed sometimes. So it can't just sometimes be a one-on-one fight, like for the president, the position of your whatever choosing in the government, whatever you're running for in the government. It is quite literally a human risk. Listen, I'll tell you right now, here's one thing Christianity gets right and also gets wrong, right? Because there is no right or wrong answer to this, because it's more of a morality thing than it is a logical thing. So Christianity is one of the best religions for this. Turn the other cheek, right? And I understand what it means. I completely do. It means don't be haste and revenge filled. That's what it actually means. Don't be haste on your... Don't be too quick to react, but also think, but also be civil about it as much as possible. Pretty much, right? That's what it is. But the reality is the world works on force, and that's all it works on. That's how it works. It's all based on force or the threat of force. It sounds sad, it sounds shitty, it sounds crappy, but that's how it works. That's how the Constitution works. It's how all our laws work. That's how everything works. It's how everything works. And that's why I laugh at people who are like these anarchists, ANCAPs, I would say ANCAPs, anarchist, capitalist, because their view on it, and I've talked to these guys in huge extents about their ideas and how they came up with them, and why they thought it was a good idea, or even if they read it and read more into it to figure it out. I want them to justify their position to a point. They don't have to be but it's like, dude, ANCAP doesn't make any sense. And they're like, okay. I'm like, why? I was like, all right, let me ask you a few basic questions on this, right? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So you're saying I agree the government shouldn't affect the economy as much as possible, right? There's a reason, it depends on the reasons, right? If someone's attacking your country, your economics are going to change. You know what I mean? It's all going to change. So there's reasons to change the economics and why government should have some power in crises over economics, but the least amount of power they possibly can get on it, right? But you ask them one simple thing, right? The government, even though these are normal things that happen, like the government handles in a different way, right? They don't want regulation and rules. Cool, they state that, but what they forget is that the regulations and laws are the only reason they can exist. Like, prime example. Elon Musk has a child. It was a boy to girl transition. He has a boy, or I think he's an adult now. So a man child who thinks it's the opposite sex and hates him. What's to stop her? That we live in Ancapistan. Not saying it doesn't have better results. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, what is this? What is it stopping it from him? Sorry, I didn't mean to call her her. I forgot the transition part's the female. Him from killing Elon Musk and just taking his company. And when he's posing with that, it's like, well, murder. It's like, yeah, but you said the government can't affect the economy. You just gotta let it naturally play out. That is naturally playing it out. Right? Like, there's no doubt that that's a natural thing. Humans, and there's different human natures, and the different human natures, some are opposed to the others. Whether you're Christian or not, like, it doesn't matter. It's all based on force. Even now, the only difference is we have this facade of rights that are based on force, by the way. Because if you're not going to have those rights, if the government's not going to enforce those rights, you're not going to have those rights. Or if you're not going to enforce those rights, you don't have those rights. Right? It all comes down to force, the force that is available to you personally, and extensions of yourself by, like, AKA calling the police, family members, friends, whatever. Right? The person with the most force is always in charge. That's why we have a military. One of the reasons. No, that's where you're wrong. It's not a mafia democracy. We live in a socialist state, dude. We live in a socialist state. It's just the difference is that the companies bought the government, not the other way around. Right? That's the only difference. I don't care the difference. The result's the same. We have men who have hard lives, put their body on the line to do the work that needs to get done, who have to pay for people who sit around and do nothing. Now, it's one thing if they're disabled. It's one thing if that's where the turn the other cheek comes, right? One thing if they're disabled. It's one thing if they're, like, actually disabled. Not faking disability. Not any of that shit. Actually disabled. Or not making up disability that they just want to believe in because they don't want to do specific things. I don't believe our democracy's a mafia. There is mafias within the democracy, in charge of the democracy, but the problem is the vote still counts. The mobs are the politicians and the companies that are working with politicians. That's the mob. Like mafia type mob, not the mob as in like mass of people. The mafia type mob. No, the mob of people is the problem. I don't think everyone should vote, and I don't think most people should vote. I think if you don't have any kind of future stake in this country, you should not be able to vote. At all. You can earn ways to vote if you don't feel like having kids or owning a house or whatever, or owning property, whatever, through military service or some kind of unpaid service to the American people and its government and its economic system. Because back in the day, people forget this, man. Because nowadays, let's be honest, most jobs nowadays are throwaway, especially in America, because most of America's GDP is based off of huge companies that all offport all their manufacturing. So like back in the day when we actually made shit, this is what made America great. Doesn't matter what time period, doesn't matter if there was like Jim Crow or fucking, look, those things are bad. Countries have problems. But you want to talk about great? You want to know how a great country works? When people do their job, even if not a job they hate, by the way, just a job that they are like, this is cool. You know, this is good. This is a good job to have. Pays well enough. It does something with the economy or the, mostly specifically like government positions of like doing certain stuff. You can choose military or you can choose like, you have to do maintenance labor on the infrastructure for a few years or like something like that, right? It doesn't have to be military service. It just has to be something where you're doing it for free. Housing is included. You do this. And it gives people time to figure out what they're good at and what they're not good at. And make it easy to change the jobs you get. Just saying, like, and it's only for a few years. You can only do it for so long, right? I would say probably started at 18, just like the military, and push it to 20 to 5 years, right? So 23. And if you fuck up a little too much, you don't get the right, you get pretty much get fired and have to go find a regular job. And I know people gotta learn. I'm not saying they don't get a grace period for learning, but like if you fuck up too much, you don't get your citizenship, like your what would be your voting right. I think that's the way it should be, or just do it straight service. That's it. Straight service of some type for the country. Whether it be military, whether it be backbreaking labor, whether it be simple labors, doesn't matter. I actually agree with that too. Because depends on the nonviolent crime, right? I think it depends on the nonviolent crime. Like if you get, let's say you're like a heroin addict. You don't have a heavy addiction, but you have enough of one to be like, I have to do this or I don't feel good. Right. I think in that case, yeah. Like you got arrested because you got heroin on you or whatever. Then again, I don't think heroin should be banned because there's still some libertarian thought about this. I don't think people should do heroin, but I also don't support locking them up for it. Maybe making them do service, some sort, and help them get through their addiction. Like have programs that we already pay for diverted to that instead of just trying to help people that don't actually want it. That's something you gotta want, man. It really is. There's very few things in this world where it's like it's something you actually have to want. Like you have to want it. It's not just about needing it. You have to want it. And you have to want it so bad that you would risk your life to do it. Like that's how you quit substance abuse. That's how you quit a lot of things in the world. Like you don't quit your family. Right? That's what I'm saying, like drug use. Drug use in general. Like I don't have a problem with drug use. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't. But with that said, like how am I going to get mad at like weed or alcohol or even coke? As long as you're not doing crack, you're good, dude. acid, shrooms. Most of those people aren't violent when they're on those things. Even coke, like they're not really doing anything besides fucking up their own body usually. As long as they're not driving and doing it and doing certain things in public while doing it, obviously. If they're being normal people and they're doing it, but they're being normal and like they're not causing a ruckus or hurting anyone besides themselves, I really can't sit there and tell them you should. I can sit there and tell them you shouldn't do that. But what am I to stop somebody from doing things that I've done? Right? I realized that it was dumb to keep doing them. Or doing worse ones. And I'm not a smart dude. Like, I'm not. Like, the only reason I have any kind of intelligence is because I read. That's it. That's it. Like, it's not because... Like, my parents taught me stuff, obviously. You know, stuff like that. Like, being taught. But it's not like... I haven't traveled the world. I haven't, like... seen other religions besides from the exterior. I haven't, you know... Fucking... I haven't done anything, really, as far as, like, seeing the world or whatever. I traveled America before, but not the world. And... I don't fucking care if someone... Like... If you're that, look, I know some of them need help and want help and just keep fucking up. There's a point to where you gotta realize, dude, you can't just keep fucking up like that. You know, the endless amounts of times I've seen it fuck other people and ruin relationships and ruin themselves. And also kind of ruin the people that's involved with it. If you're that down to that point to where you're just still not quitting no matter how many times you get treatment for it, it's over, dude. It's over. You're not a part of society. Like, you're just not. It's one thing when you fuck up once, twice, 3 times. But people are fucking up to the point to where it's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, getting all those chances to fucking just fix themselves with help from other people, and they just still fuck it up. I don't see a problem with drinking as long as you're not a drunk. I don't see a problem with smoking weed as long as you're not a pothead or a stoner. Or eating weed, I guess you could do that too. And you have to be in shape. At least in shape enough. Having a beer gut or something's fine. But, like, not a huge one, obviously, like a little one. But it's just part of, like, it's all based on judge. I'm not saying it shouldn't be judged on individuals. I'm just saying that, like, a lot of stuff that we have too much of the be nice in this country. Because we try to be nice, and these same people just keep taking advantage of it, and you can only be nice for so long. Look, I would love to give a person as many chances as they could, but the reality is we know this, right? We see it all the fucking time, dude. Sometimes murderers are just murderers. Sometimes addicts are just addicts and nothing more. It sucks, right? It's not good, but they exist. And if they can't support themselves at some point, it's time for them to figure it out either the really hard way or die. That simple. I know it's mean. I know it's horrible. But you can't keep giving to someone who's taking it and just never reciprocates. You know what I mean? Yeah, so have I. You gotta remember, man, when I was growing up, there was a huge opioid epidemic in the Appalachians. This is where I lived. And the reason is because any of the old steel workers or coal miners or any of that had pain problems from their backs being worked to death and all of that, or their legs, their bodies being worked to death because they supplied the country with steel and coal, make steel to power things, to help this country. Because every job, not every job, but most jobs help the country. Like for real. Like even privatized jobs that aren't in the government. I have more respect for a coal miner than I'll ever have for a CEO. Especially if that CEO never worked a day of manual labor in his life. Or her life. And when I say manual labor, I mean back-breaking labor. Concrete work. Brick work. Carpentry is back-breaking, but it's nowhere close to those. Welding. Fabrication. Oh yeah, Big Pharma made it worse. They made it even more worse now. So back then, they just had pill mills. Especially in the Appalachians. Because there's a lot of people out there who have pain forever because they work themselves to death. In a good way. Because they believed, oh, I'm supporting my family. In the way you're supposed to work yourself to death. Anyone complaining about that's crazy. Okay? You're supposed to work yourself to death. Okay? You're supposed to. Or until you can't move no more. That's when you stop working. Some people it's longer than others. Get over it. You're going to work yourself to death. Whether you own your own shit, you're working for the government, you're working for whatever. Okay? You're supposed to do it. Until you can't no more. That's the point. Life is one giant job. It always is. Okay? Everybody gets mad about these social constructs like money and stuff. It's like, okay, people who usually get the most mad about this shit don't even know how to shoot a deer. Don't even know how to gut a deer, field dress a deer. Doesn't even know how to skin a deer or quarter it or just butcher it all the way through to whatever piece you want. Okay? They can't do it to any animal. And they're like, but we have grocery stores. Dude, that's not how that works. Like, sometimes you gotta get people to the point to where they're literally gonna die. If they don't fucking fix shit. And at that point, it's them. It's on them. There's always a common denominator. Always. It's usually you. FYI. Yeah, it's really sad. Learn, dude. It's not hard. All right, I was a mechanic at a dealership for a while. It's not hard, dude. It isn't. Maybe. I don't know. Do you know a family mechanic? Like, do you have like a mechanic in the family or like someone's friend's dad's a mechanic or something? Go hang out with them for a couple days in their garage. Like, not at work, but like at home. Because most of those guys really love cars. Like, when I say they love cars, they fucking love them. Okay? If they could have kids and marry and procreate with a fucking car, they probably would. That's how much they like cars. Okay? They have their own cars. They work on their own cars. Dude, I know so many mechanics because of the cheapness of lifts now. Like, hydraulic lifts for cars to pick them up so you can work under them. And the cost of building the building to put it in has come down enough because everybody's making, at least they're making enough money, that they build their own garage at their own house. Like, for real. Yeah, you need to find a mechanic. Even if it's just a friend, go to a car meet. Plenty of them there. Seriously. They'll teach you some stuff. Just hang out with them. That's all you gotta do, man. Like, if you want to learn something or do something, go hang out with the people that do it. You'll learn like 10 times faster. And I'm not like a major mechanic. I've replaced engines, I've built engines. The only thing I haven't done is rebuild transmissions. Well, I have replaced them. Like, I've taken them off the car, put on a new one. But I've never taken it apart to fix the train. But every part of the drive line, I'm not great with electrical, but it just takes me a little bit longer. the most. And most people who aren't mechanics, who shit, most people don't even know how to fucking diagnose electrical. Just go hang out with the people. That's all you gotta do, man. You know, because a lot of mechanics, you'll see it. They'll have a tuner car or a truck they did, a custom truck they did, or like kinda, right? Like it doesn't have to be super custom. Sometimes they just restored it, the factory, out of the factory. Those guys, they'll teach you some shit for free if you hang out with them. Like, become friends with them, hang out with them. You can connect with them about different stuff too, and you can sit there and work on his cars with them. Who cares? Yours. Dude, most of those guys will gladly fucking throw your car up on a lift and teach you how to do shit. I know that because I would, and like every one of my friends who's a mechanic right now does that. Like every single fucking one of them. No matter if they have kids, if they're married, if they're divorced. It doesn't even matter their political affiliation, they don't even give a shit, dude. They're just like, oh, you want to learn how to work on cars? Sick. Like, it's like that quick. I'm that way too. Like, my son came to me and asked me this summer if I could teach him how to skate. I'm like, yeah, but you gotta listen to me, and you gotta do what I tell you to do, and not be afraid all the fucking time. That's all you gotta do. That's it. And I'll teach you how to skate really good. Like, you won't be a pro, but you can take it from there. Like, if you want to be a pro, you can take it from there. You can take it from there. Because I wasn't the greatest skater in the world. I skated a lot, most of high school, and up until I was about 22-ish, right? Somewhere around 22, I stopped when I turned 22. And I wasn't a process. I wasn't an AMSAS or anything like that. I would never claim that. But I have to say, if I would have started doing crazier flip tricks, learning crazier flip tricks, and then also doing them in the gaps I used to do or onto rails like I used to do when I was 20, right? I could have become pro. But the thing is, there was a gap where I couldn't learn some tricks that are just nowadays basic stuff, especially now, right? There was stuff where I just couldn't get it. It wasn't that I couldn't learn it. It's just I couldn't get it consistent enough to be like, I would want it to be at least above 90% on flat ground. Like every time I do it on flat ground, I should only miss 10% of them, right? At most. That's how good I was with like kick flips, heel flips, not the tray flip. I almost got it there. Varial heels, varial kicks, 180s in every direction, riding switch. Switch, I give it a little bit of a lean way because it's harder. Same with nollie, same with all of that. So like I was a really good skater. Let me just put it that way. I'm not saying I could have become pro easily. There was just a gap that I just could not figure out. That's why I'm not. Right? I would do the craziest gaps, the biggest gaps I could find. I would do the biggest rail down steps I could find. I was, okay in the bowl. I wasn't super and on the vert ramp, but I wasn't horrible, right? Like I just wasn't good enough in that area to even think about becoming pro in that area of skateboarding. And I don't know freestyle very much. I know a couple things like Casper flips, things like that, rail, or what people call primo. Go buy a bike. You can buy it cheap. Bikes are pretty cheap. You don't have to buy an extreme crazy bike, dude. You know what? Let me explain something to you. If you miss riding a bike, go ride a bike, man. I still do. I've been mountain biking since I was in middle school. I've had years where I didn't do it. Spans of months and weeks I haven't done it. But I've always done it on and off my whole life. And I still do it. And my son got into it too, right? And he wanted to start doing it. So I got him a really nice bike that's not super expensive. And I know it's a Walmart bike, but it's a little different. Those are trail stuff bikes they're making are affordable, entry level, mountain bikes. Hardtails, but yeah, it's really good exercise. Your cardio, it's so easy to. The best thing about mountain biking, right? This is the only biking in general, but mountain biking especially. You want to figure out what your VO2 max is? Ride a fucking mountain bike. Ride a mountain bike downhill, like downhill trail. You're gonna need doesn't have to be a crazy one, just one that's kind of fast moving and flowing and all that stuff. And then right after that, like maybe stop for a second, take a sip of water, take a deep breath, and then pedal up the hill, the easier hill to climb. Your VO2 max is gone. Like you hit it already. Like, it's so good for your cardio. It's retarded. And it's very easy to train your cardio in. It is so easy to train your cardio in. And it's good for all cardio things. So anything that needs cardio, that's why running kind of sucks. Because you got to really push yourself to hit VO2 max on a mountain, or even a road bike, right? It's so easy to just shift up into the higher gears and just pedal as hard as you can and not even really feel it, except for you might be breathing heavy, right? Especially if you have good muscle mass in your legs that's used to moving around a lot and is flexible enough and doesn't get tired instantly because you're eating what you need to eat, which isn't crazy. It's just what you're eating, not how much you're eating. A lot of people think they're fat because of how much they're eating. Usually, they're not eating that much. They're eating junk food. Usually, not always. There are some exceptions, right? But like, it's so easy to get healthy. It really is, and people just do not do it. Look, and I'm not a saint in that either. All right, I got a beer gut, okay? All right. But I do watch what I consume, right? I don't drink as much. I eat actual food that I made 99% of the time. Every once in a while, I'll grab a bag of chips or hit a honey bun or something like that. I do love Red Bull. That ain't good for me. And I like sweet tea, you know? But I can cut those down or out. I can cut most of the food except for dinner out. That's all you need. Especially my fat ass right now. I feel fat. I'm not even that fat. Fast food is not good for you. No, listen, rule of thumb, right? I don't care what restaurant you go to. Look, I'm not saying all these restaurants use garbage food. There's plenty of restaurants that use great food and perfectly fine food, right? But the reality is, if you're not cooking it, or someone that you live with is not cooking it, it's not good for you. If you live that way, you will lose weight so fast. Because the problem with like other restaurants is they're using a lot of stuff that you probably shouldn't be. Like, I don't eat any oils. None. Zero. Except for natural oils and fat. Animal fat. That's all I eat. Only oils I will eat. That is it. I don't eat most fruit because I don't like most fruit. I think it's too sweet. I do have a sweet tooth though, so yeah, I can verse it. Eat fruit instead of fucking a honey bun or something. Salt is a hard one. Salt is a hard one to get because I'm going to tell you right fucking now, dude. I don't know where you're from. I don't know where you're from. But I live in the United States in a state called Maryland. We have a very popular chip here. They're called UTS. Or no, UTZ. That's how it's spelled. That's the company's name. They make potato chips. And they're the best fucking potato chips in the world. I've eaten potato chips from a lot of places. I've ordered foreign potato chips on Amazon and shit. Those potato chips, just the plain fucking potato chips, hit so hard in the salt department. It's just salt and potato that's fried, right? It's hit so fucking hard that sometimes I think I need to eat potato chips. Because you do need salt. That's what... But you don't. I know you don't. And fries too. Potatoes in general. Just anything potato, I'm fucked. Like, I need to eat potatoes. Okay? I have red hair for a fucking reason. Get over it. Like... Could I cut it back on it? Yeah. Yeah, I could. Especially potato chips. Alright? Baked potatoes are at least way healthier than, even though they're not that healthy, but way healthier than a fucking potato chip, okay? Especially if you just throw it in the oven and put some butter on it or some sour cream or both, and that's it. And maybe some salt and pepper. Just not too much. And then, dude, but there's so much sugar. They turn the sugar so fast, too. It's so bad. I love potatoes. All of them. Like, I don't even... There's potato dishes I eat that I would never think of eating. I'm sure. That everything about that dish is probably gross except for the potatoes, yet I'll still fucking eat it just because it's potatoes. That's how bad it is. Like, I hate potato salad, but guess who eats potato salad? It's rare. It's really rare. The only time it happens is when someone else makes my food at like a family get together or whatever, and they give me potato salad. I'm a very firm believer in eating what is on your plate. Hopefully you're making the right decisions on that. And your family is also too. But the holidays are the holidays. Everybody a little bit indulges a little bit. Doesn't matter how good you are at shit. Every weightlifter I ever met, their bulk period started in the wintertime. Every single one of them. Any athlete I know, if they're trying to bulk, wintertime. Why? Because you're going to be eating good. And I've cut a lot of calories out of my diet in general. Food-wise, I'm probably at, I want to say 1,500. Add a couple sweet teas a day and maybe a Red Bull. It's probably closer to 2. And when I say a couple sweet teas, I mean like 1 or 2. Not many. I can cut those out though. I don't. Most people don't. And I get why. They taste so damn good. They do, man. It's just regular sweet tea you make your fucking self taste so damn good. Oh yeah, I like potato pancakes. Why did the Jews have to take that? I'm just kidding. Yeah, potatoes are good with everything. I mean, I prefer them salty. I really do. But anything that has potato in it is automatically good. So, unless it's just like they put weird seasonings on it that make no fucking sense. Like even with hot sauce, everybody's done it, right? They have Thanksgiving leftovers and they want to put hot sauce in their turkey because they want spicy turkey. And you get some in the potatoes and it still fucking tastes good. Like it does. It fucking does, guys. I don't know. I'm not a huge maple syrup guy. I'm more of a molasses dude. Like I use maple syrup. I'm not saying I don't. But like if I'm making pancakes or waffles, which I don't very often, I'm using molasses. I love fucking molasses. Canadians maybe have maple syrup, but molasses is so fun. And they probably make that too, but I don't even know where I get my molasses from. I should probably look at that. I also really love honey. Like, I love honey. Like, natural sweets are so good. Like, yeah, Skittles are good. But, like, something hits hard when it's just like a natural sweet object that just hits hard. The only problem is the other flavors in most fruit. Like, apples are cool. I don't like bananas at all. I hate pineapple. I mostly only really like the citrus fruits. Some other, like, actually like them. And there's a lot of fruit I just don't care about. Like, yeah, it probably has some benefits. I like berries and stuff too. But, like, I just don't eat them. And I don't know why. I should switch the sweets with fruit and it'd probably change my whole entire life. And maybe cut out the Red Bull and the 2 sweet teas for like a year or something. I'm not a mango guy. I don't like mangoes. I don't like mangoes. I don't like dragon fruit. I don't like most exotic fruits, I guess you would say. I think the only reason I really like oranges is because of orange juice. Like natural squeeze orange juice, not store-bought orange juice. And putting lemon in it's pretty good because, like, it's just sweet enough, but it adds a little bit more tartness to it. Or lime, which has both the tart and the sweet, which is really nice. Lime juice is good. It's probably not that good for you, but it's better than fucking honey buns or chocolate. Well, chocolate's not that bad for you if you eat the good chocolate, the dark chocolate. The dark chocolate, like cooking chocolate. I don't like coconut at all either. I fucking hate coconut. Pineapple, coconut, and bananas are the worst. Mango I can stand if it's like, something kind of tastes mango-y because it was near the mangoes that were cut up, right? It's fine. I'm not going to have a shit fit about that. I mean, I'll eat a banana, like, or, a fucking, or a coconut if I'm starving. There's no doubt about that. But, like, I just don't prefer it at all. I just can't. It's also the dough. Dude, I don't know how I need to make honey buns for myself. I guarantee you I can make them way healthier, even though they won't be good for you, but they'll still be way healthier than the ones in the store. Because, dude, just like one a week would be great. That's all I need. And, like, that's it. Because I don't eat that many, like, snacks like that. It's like once or twice a week I'll eat like chips and or a sweet snack like a tasty cake or even like actual made like brownies or cake. Like I made them, or my mom made them, or my grandparents, or my sister-in-law, or whatever. Like, it's hard to not eat sweets. It's so hard. Like, and when I was a kid, I ate sweets. I mean, I wasn't, it's just kind of like now, right? Like, I wasn't a huge, like, I like sweets, obviously, because I was a kid, I still like sweets. But, like, I eat mostly healthy. Like, I don't know what it is. I rather eat meat than anything else. It doesn't even matter. And I don't even like sweet meat, so explain that. Like, I don't like when you prepare meat that tastes sweet, right? And I like not all vegetables, but most vegetables. Obviously, I don't like some. I'll eat them if they're on my plate. Like I said, I'm a huge believer in that. Even if I don't like it, it will be eaten. But, like, if I'm cooking, it's going to be, like, green beans, carrots. Still aren't that good for you. They have good vitamins in them, but they're not. Still very starchy. Green beans, carrots, sometimes peas, rarely lima beans, a lot of beans. I like beans. But yeah, my diet is probably not that great. Like, it isn't. I should add more vegetables. I do like salad though. I have to admit, and no, I don't drench my salad in complete total chaos of grass salad dressing. I had enough to add a little bit of flavor. That isn't just because lettuce doesn't taste like anything. Stop. Like, I need something. You know what I mean? I need something when I'm eating a meal, right? I need some kind of flavor. So salad dressing, usually a little bit of a homemade Italian or Caesar or ranch. Those are the only salad dressings I really like. Vinaigrette's okay. I don't hate it. Like I said, if my mom made it for me and gave it to me, I'd eat it. Or anyone else, you know, like if I was at visit someone's house. It's just not I need something, right? Dude, salad's so good. It's so good. Like fresh vegetables. The only problem with salad is, like, when I say that, that's a flavor thing for me, right? Like that's a flavor thing for me, right? I actually love salad because I put a whole bunch of stuff in my salads. Like when I make a salad, like a house salad, I don't make it the traditional way of making a house salad. There's lettuce, usually romaine, not always, but usually. Cabbage, cucumber, carrots, onion. If it's not in the seasoning, which it is, or the dressing, which it is, but if it's not, I'll add garlic powder to it. Like if I'm at a friend's house, I'm like, hey, can you give me some garlic powder? I'll just eat it. Things like that. Like I'm not too picky, but there are just some things you'll never see me make. Salad isn't one of them. Like I'll make salad. I have no problem with doing that. But like cooking vegetables is an extra labor thing. Like, you want me to be honest with you? I think if you're making enough money to do this, you should. To make more money. To make more time for yourself to make more money. If you're not going to go through like a professional meal prepper, go get, because it's the healthiest you're going to get, it's not that bad for you. Go to Qdoba or Chipotle and get the catering for your food for the week. Maybe change it up to other places that aren't like fast food. Like not McDonald's, not Burger King, but like something that caters that isn't like a drive-through, right? And is still technically fast food. Noodles and Company, although noodles aren't that great for you. Things like that, because it'll probably save you time and money, and you'll be making money with the extra time spent. That's one thing I wish I did do when I was like in my when I started making some money that I could spend on that kind of stuff. That's the first thing I should have done. Was either get a professional meal prepper, professional chef essentially to cook my meals for the week. And even if it was like someone who I knew that was a professional cook, chef, whatever. And have them, and you know, just obviously pay for the materials, food, but like also pay for them to do it for the week. That would have been fucking awesome. And the best part is, I would have been the best person for this because I can eat the same thing forever and don't care as long as I like it. Like that's a fact. Like, like, like if you gave me, here's a meal, right? Here's a meal I would eat pretty easily, right? If you gave me steak, eggs, and green beans for a meal, every meal, for a whole entire week, I wouldn't even get tired of them. At all. That's the best part about being very simple, about like, yeah, it's great to make different stuff, right? Like it's fun. But like, there's sometimes you just gotta be like, I need to eat this one fucking thing for a while. So I don't have to do anything. Yeah, like fast food's horrible, dude. I haven't eaten like, I mean, to be honest, every once in a while, probably about once a month, we'll order pizza or subs from the same pizza shop because they're not good for you at all. But they're so good. Or like go to Chick-fil-A or like Qdoba or I'm not a huge fan of Chipotle, but we have gone there a couple times when it first opened down here. But I've been to it way before that. And my son wanted to check it out, so we went and got Chipotle. You know, Roy Rogers, which yes, we still have a Roy Rogers. Popeye, something like that. You know, I'll eat every once in a blue moon. We'll go out and do that. I usually go with the pizza or the subs, but every once in a while I'll be like, you know what, we haven't had in a long time? Fucking Popeyes or Chick-fil-A or like I stay away from McDonald's. My son likes McDonald's, but I definitely stay away from McDonald's. I hate McDonald's and Burger King. I hate them two the most. There's a Wendy's about to open up too. I'm so pissed because we had one a long time ago and they closed. Which then, here's the crazy shit about this fucking town, dude. All right, when I moved here, there was a Roy Rogers where the Popeyes is. That closed down, and became Popeyes. Then the Wendy's closed and that became a Roy Rogers like a fucking half a decade later. Then they're building a new Wendy's like a half a decade later, right across the street from the Roy Rogers where the Wendy's used to be. I stay away from Taco Bell too. I love Taco Bell. I love the Crunchwrap Supreme. I love it. I fucking love it. And I never eat one because I know it's gonna fuck up my everything. And the worst part is, it doesn't bother my stomach. It does not bother my stomach at all. It's just, it's not good for you. And I don't know if they're even using real meat. So like, but it's so fucking good. Okay. So I have made some at my house though, like at home. They were bigger and more fun. Yeah, so there is a problem with radiation and wireless that people are just ignoring. Listen, you can show me all the scientific studies you want about radio wave radiation. Every person who has worked in that field has had some kind of bout with either cancer or non-tumor or non-cancerous tumors that I've ever met. Even the guys who just climb the towers to put the lights on get it. So something's going on there. There's a lot of things that are like that in the world where, you know, it's safe enough, but is it really? You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't have your phone in your pocket all the time. Get that shit out of your pocket if you can. Sometimes you can't. I understand that. But you just try to keep it out of your pocket. And I'm talking about even old phones. Like, I used to say that to my friends all the time. Like, you shouldn't keep that in your pocket all the time. Like, you should take it out when you, like, get to a friend's house and just leave it on a table or something. And I've been saying that forever because I know that all radio waves put off some kind of radiation, and radiation is just generally overexposure to radiation for humans is not very good. Even the natural radiation that we get from the sun is not super, like, it's good for you, but there's a point to where it's not, right? Talking to someone who burns and whose family members have died from skin cancer, a couple family members have died from skin cancer and stuff like that. Okay. There is a point to where, yes, being outside is very good for you, but there's also a point to where try not to be too overexposed to the sun. And if you tend to be white, try not to do it too much. You'll build a natural immunity to a point, but there's going to be days where the sky's just a little bit more clear, or the sun's just throwing off whatever shit it throws off of itself into space. And it's going to get really hot, and this radiation is going to be really strong that day, and it's try to stay out of the sun for too long. A lot of us have forgot to pay attention to our bodies during certain times, all times of the year, really. Like, I know when I'm getting sunburn. I know the second it starts happening. Like, I know. Like, I have a little bit of a sunburn right now on my arms. It's very minor. We were out skating all day in the sun today. It doesn't even hurt. It doesn't even, like, change the temperature of, like, you know, when you get sunburnt, you get cold sometimes. That's not even an effect. It's just a very mild burn, right? no real tightness of the skin. It's a little tight, but nothing crazy. It's you gotta pay attention to it. Like I know it was happening. I just kept going anyways. That was my fault, right? But a lot of people don't realize is that there's a reason why why specifically white people, but other races too, wore long clothes during the summertime. Not only was it protection from outside things, but it's also protection from the sun. That's why we used to grow. That's why we used to have beards. That's why we used to grow our hair long. They all have functional reasons to exist. For the average male who can grow facial hair, which mostly white, not always, but mostly, you should be cycling it. And hair, you should be cycling it together. Keep your face protected while also being able to stay cool or warm. Because it does make a huge difference. This was down to here, maybe, a couple months ago. And my hair, I hadn't cut it all. Like, I didn't even get it, like, touched up to make it look good. It was just long everywhere. It looked retarded. But I wear hats all the time anyway, so... Yeah, I get... Oh, do you? That sucks. I don't get headaches. I just dehydrate, which then causes the headache. But, like, if I don't I don't really dehydrate. I drink gallons of water a day. I'll drink 1 to 2 gallons of water a day. So, and I mean just straight water, not including any drinks other than water. Right? I'm not including water from, like, tea. I'm including just the gallon of water I pick up and drink out of every day. Most of my day. And it's great. The only problem is when I come home from skating at night, I want to drink something else, like tea or something, and I need to stop doing that. Well, I've been going for fucking 5 hours. Damn. All right, I need to go to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna go do some fun stuff tomorrow because I'm on vacation, and then I will stream later that day. See you all later. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna go to bed. Peace out.